Good afternoon, friends. Welcome to the second day of Runway to Summit organized by TAI Vadodara in association with Vibrant Gujarat and iHub. Today, I'm honored to introduce a man who actually doesn't need any introduction in the startup ecosystem. I would like to welcome our today's guest speaker, Mr. Mahavi Sharma. Mr. Mahavi Sharma is a strong pillar of TAI fraternity. I would like to say that. Mr. Mavi Sharma is a has been a past president of TAI Global in the year 2022. Along with the TAI fraternity, he is also responsible as a chairperson for TAI India Angels and also chairman and co-founder of RAIN, that is Rajasthan Angel Investments Network. Along with that, he is also chairman of the Carpet Export Promotion Council, which is under the Ministry of Textiles and Government of India. And on a personal level, he is also an angel investor who has invested a lot in early startups in the industries like carpets, jewelry, marketing, and branding. He is also a philanthropic person and he supports a lot of activities of performing and visual arts run in Rajasthan for their non-profit initiatives. With this, I would like to welcome Mahavi Sharma once again, and the floor is yours, sir. We would
Thank
like
you.
to listen.
Thank you, Darshan. I think it's always an honor and a pleasure to be speaking to the young and energetic startups, young entrepreneurs across the world. I personally, just a few corrections, I was a TAI Global Chair in the year 2020. I was the past chair of the Carpet Exportation Council. I'm no longer the chairman. I was a chairman a couple of years ago on that also. So, I mean, thank you for the introduction, just those two corrections. So, first and foremost, I saw the lineup of speakers. I think TAI Vadodara with Vibrant Gujarat has done a great lineup of speakers. I think all of them are very inspiring, their stories, their journeys, and most importantly, their knowledge about the ecosystem, whether it's technology, whether it's startups, whether it's funding, whether it's legalities behind all of that. So I think everyone should make best use of what is about to be happening in the next one more day, I think, or 2 more days left for the summit. Congratulations and thank you, TAI Vadodara, for partnering and taking the lead here. For those of you who don't know TAI, I'll do a quick introduction on TAI. TAI is the world's largest nonprofit promoting entrepreneurship. We have almost 15,000 members across 60 some chapters. We're based out of, headquartered in Silicon Valley. We were founded in 1992, and it's probably the only organization where we as individuals are voluntarily working without money and giving our time, energy, and knowledge and giving it back to the ecosystem. The simple philosophy to promote entrepreneurship at every level. About 20 years ago, Professor C.K. Prahlad had done a study on where should TAI be heading. And at that time, bottom of the pyramid and starting to take them young, starting to deal with them at a very early stage is what we had come up with. Our quite a few programs work around that. And I think that is where we have evolved as an organization. In the last 3-4 years, as most organizations have to churn, we've now started to actively angel invest. We were quite instrumental in creating lots of angel networks and angel funds because TAI's philosophy in the early 2000s was not to invest, but just to mentor. But we have continued to evolve and grow. And I think TAI is now becoming a very, very active angel program where we all of us are collectively investing. So our programs on TAI and at the bottom of the pyramid, we obviously have the youngest program where we take them young from the school level. We have the TYE, which is the TAI Young Entrepreneurs. It's a great program. It starts off in schools. It's a business plan competition. Prize monies are given out. It happens globally. Not only do the key thing about is not winning or losing or who reaches the finals and how many teams participate. The key element here is that every team that participates is assigned a mentor. Every charter member or a member in a local chapter is mentoring that school going team to improve their pitch, to think like an entrepreneur, to look at logics and reasons and questions. And I think that's just inculcating the seeds of entrepreneurship and how to communicate and to see and perceive like an entrepreneur. And so that's one program that we are very proud of. The other program that we have, the TiE University, obviously looks at colleges and universities. Going kids, you have to be within a year of graduation at the most, undergrad or postgrad, and it's a global competition. This competition is so fierce and so tough that the top 3 companies get invested. Some of them have also been invested by TiE Global Angels, which is our US program, of which I'll talk later about. But I think that the TiE University program is becoming very robust. There are hackathons that happen. There is mentoring and coaching and classes that happen globally. And with the COVID, everything has become online, so everyone can access to a Silicon Valley point of view and a Sydney's point of view or Hong Kong's point of view. And I think that has become a very strong element in strengthening our knowledge and vision. And I think the TiE University program, startups are looking at investments, and we at the TiE Global Angels and TiE India Angels are looking at them very seriously as investment opportunities. So people who want to participate, who want to fine tune their ideas, who have proof of concept ready, are kind of eligible for, and they're current students or have been a student a year ago, I think should participate in these programs. And I think TiE University is a great program. The third, program that we are very happy and proud of is the TiE Women program. 3 years ago, we realized that women are underrepresented. Raising money for women co-led or all women co-led startups is almost difficult, and questions pertaining to their commitments, family-wise or life-wise, were absolutely making them very, very uncomfortable. So we really started a global program, and to our pleasant surprise, we've reached out to almost 4,000 plus TiE Women co-led companies. We have mentored them over the last 2.5 years. We've had 2 global finals, both in Dubai. We've partnered with BSC Empower. That's a great incubation center. We've done probably in the last 2.5 years over 100 hours of mentoring and coaching to these TiE Women-led programs. Over 100,000 first prize winner, 25,000 second prize winner, and $10,000 third prize winner monies have been given out twice already. And now we as angels are also looking at investing. So I think that also means a lot in terms of impact and programs that TiE is running. We also have a couple of other programs. One is a TiE Nurture program, which was started by TiE Pune, which 10 chapters in India are now running, which is a virtual incubation center. What is happening across India, while the government has a great initiative and policy on running incubation centers through the Atal Innovation Mission or the Mighty Startup Hub scheme, but the software, the mentoring, the hand-holding, the fine-tuning of a startup, and then eventually angel investing has been coming virtually from TiE chapters across India. And this TiE Nurture program is one such program out of Pune, which is actually a virtual incubator that TiE Pune started quite a few years ago, and now 10 other chapters are doing it, which are also channelizing and creating startups which are ready to be funded or are aggressively looking in the market to be fundraised. So that and there's a TiE Access program, which is basically for people who are not privileged enough, whether from education point of view, from rural India or monetarily. TiE Access program, which was launched last year, is slowly rolling out to help these underprivileged or people who don't get equal opportunity to education, but have great ideas and scalable ideas. So I think TiE in all has all these verticals going from school, college, women, underprivileged, and incubation, but nothing would happen if these people were not invested. And that's why the Angel program, which was started a couple of years ago in the US and last year in India, has actually strengthened it. And that's where I'm going to talk more about, because all of you startups are looking for investment, all of you want to be invested. And I'll tell you why investment at the first check, the idea stage, the early stage, the pre-seed is so critical, because it's not just the money that you should be looking for at this stage. It's also got to be a lot of mentoring. It's got to be a lot of hand-holding. It's also going to a lot of trying to tell you these are the markets to go to. We can help you go to the US as a market, or India Northeast as a market, or Calcutta as a market, even if you're from Vadodara. So those hand holding can only come from an organization and not an individual investor. So TIE, being an organization with almost 1,500 charter members, 300 plus angel investors in India, if TIE invests in you, and if you are ready to be scaled up, we will not only give you mentoring and advice, which many people can give, but we will also give you help in accessing markets in remote areas where we have chapters. We will also help you raise the next round of money, because TIE is such a healthy ecosystem where there are so many other VCs and angel funds who are members. And once it's a TIE invested company, you get a far better shot at the follow-on round, because it's our strength to see a TIE invested company succeed and become a known name or a unicorn eventually. We've just started, but it's working very, very seamless, and it's very simple. Everything is online. We have a platform. I think TIE Vadodara is also part of the angel program. You just basically have to apply. The local chapter looks at the basic criteria. There's a little bit of an overview and diligence. We have a full back office which runs competition landscape, which does all the documentation that is required. Even some due diligence, legal or financial, is done by us. And we absolutely help colleges and schools and local incubation centers or government supported startups in any state or any city. And we work with them towards seeing if they are investable. And if they are investable, we invest up to 4 crores, which is a pretty decent amount at a post POC, post revenue, early stage. And it becomes a TIE invested company. We are very, very, we just charge nominal costs that we are incurring, because TIE is the non-profit that we just charge admin costs, and that's about it. So it's a very, very robust program, and I'm hoping that very soon that TIE Vadodara will come up with startups that are actually investable. Now, I just wanted to go a little bit on what is investable from our point of view at TIE. Obviously, we are sector agnostic. We have experts within us from every sector, every field that you can think of, because we can reach out to all our members for expert advice on any technology, any domain, any field. But we need to find startups and ideas that are scalable, that are not very high capital or operationally expensive. They have to work in a way that they can optimize the use of TIE and its network and the domain expertise that we all have. If it's not a synergy between a startup and what TIE can offer, it doesn't work for the startup. And it's not that the startup is not investable, it's just that it doesn't help them. So at that point, we just mentor, we tell them what's right, what's not right. Maybe they reconsider, maybe they pivot, and then we obviously go forward. But it's absolutely detrimental from our point of view to make sure that we mentor, we support, we handhold, and invest if need be. So that ways, I think the angel program is very, very good. And the startups that are seeking money can reach out to the local chapters, TIE Vadodara in this case, and actually seek advice, seek funding. Everything has to be uploaded online. There's a platform that we have. You have to upload your videos, your presentation, your account statement, and whatever is required on the portal, and everything happens virtually. And I think that's something that can work very well and very seamlessly for startups. Also, if you're part of incubation centers, or if you're part of accelerator programs, and if you're not investment ready, we're absolutely okay to advise you, to help you, and to mentor you, and take you to a situation where you are investable. So all that hand-holding can happen at a chapter level, and I think TIE Vadodara is doing a great job. I mean, they've participated in TIE, they've gotten some great speakers, chapter events are happening, multiple things are happening at the chapter. It's a very young chapter, it's only been a year, but I think they've done a lot in the local ecosystem and are partnering across India or across the globe with other TIE charter members or TIE chapters, and growing at a very, very brisk space. And they were the right people for you to reach out to. Is there yeah, that's it. Is there a question answers that we have to have, or? You're mute, Darshan.
I would like to in fact ask you one question on behalf of all startup ecosystem and startups, that what is the one suggestion which you will give to today's startup generation, like one thing to keep in mind?
I think that the generation today is very bright, very intelligent, very confident, and I think that's a good thing. But sometimes when you're on the border of being knowledgeable, good, and confident, you err on the side of being overconfident, and it makes you a little bit of not only makes you vulnerable to competition that is coming out from all directions, but also makes you very fragile emotionally. And I think becoming with your feet firmly on ground, dreaming and imagining and trying to be, and don't compare yourselves to unicorns or sunicorns or whatever the case may be. Everyone is cut out for a different role. I cannot be Mr. Bill Gates, and everyone can't be Mahavir Sharma. So I have my own role. We're all bricks in a large building, and every brick has a role to play. So don't compare yourselves. Don't get under pressure. Don't get under stress. Look at a startup or a business that you want to grow and think of it from your life's career point of view, not from fundraising or exiting point of view. This should be your growth cycle. Don't get pressured by delivering in 1 year. And I hate these news is that unicorns are taking half as much time. These are all incidentals. Fundraising, funding, success, becoming known across the ecosystem are collaterals. It should not be your focus. Your focus or your core should be your core strength, what you are doing. Focus on the technology that you have, focus on the product or service that you have, and do a damn good job so that the person who's using it can recommend you, and you can grow your market from that person. So every customer, every person that downloads your app or your website or is your customer, think of it as that way and stay focused on your core strength. Don't digress. Don't worry about competition. Don't worry about how bad or good they are, and don't be overconfident. Stay grounded, stay rooted, and always focus on a steady growth at every point of time, rather than just looking at numbers that are flying around across the world.
That's a good one. Darshan, if I may ask one
please.
question. Hi, Mahavir. Great hearing you. This is Maulik.
Hi, Maulik.
And you made a very good point, and that kind of raises one more question in my mind. What has and what hasn't changed in current times for an entrepreneur, number one, and from investors' perspective as well? What has changed in current times and what hasn't? I mean, when I say current times, we all know what we are going through. Keeping that into mind as a context, that's few nuances if you could share. Thank you.
Yeah, fair enough. So I think from the startups point of view, what has changed is that what the ecosystem was in 2013, 14, 15, 16, and competition that there was, or the funding that was available, has obviously changed dramatically. COVID times have made sure that you don't have to be in Bangalore's and Bombay's and Silicon Valley's of the world. You could be sitting in Vadodara, have a technology team in Bangalore, marketing and sales in Delhi, and still have a great company around, because work from home is a reality now. I don't think that's going anywhere. You don't have to be in the heart of every high rental space. I think that's changed from startup point of view. I think the true talent and true technology knowledgeable people are in short supply. I think there's a lot of churn that's happening across the industry. Holding on to your good technical things will be tougher, because this is a much in demand sector, and you will have to give them ESOPs. You will have to deal with them as partners. You will have to deal with them as co-founders, and not just as your employees. And that's going to be has also changed. Also, I think valuations and fundings have become very, very realistic. I think it is no way that you would get away with something just because you were burning a lot of money or you had a lot of this thing. I think people have realized that this is again, from investment point of view, is not a short-term role that we're all playing. It's a long-term role that we are playing, and we look at companies that can do much better long run. than short term, and that's changed from the startup ecosystem point of view. From angel investor point of view, 2-3 things have changed. Of course, valuations, as I said, are far more realistic. We're not going overboard and competing. I think there is haziness on where an angel will come or VC will come or institution will come. Everyone is going everywhere. It doesn't matter. There's no this thing up to 1 million angel and 1 million to 5 million. So that has blurred because everyone wants to get into a good idea, a good startup as early as they can, so that they can continue to give them follow-on rounds. I think that's evaporated. The other thing that's obviously changed from investments point of view is that these IPOs that have come in, the success stories of these unicorns that have happened is bringing non-technology, mainline business, jewelers, builders, and textile people and all other sectors into looking at this as an investment option. So from stock market and mutual funds and the success of these IPOs and startups and valuations that they have seen in the next 10 years of the return on investments that could possibly have happened has actually made the angel space also looking for the right people who have the right knowledge and they can piggyback right on investment. So I think the net has become wider as angels, and I think that's going to continue to stay.
Thank you so much, Mahavir, for those insights. I'm sure that this certainly will really help with what you shared, especially about how TIE and TIE Resources can really help to the new startups and the entrepreneurs, and how they can really reach out to various different programs that really TIE run to be able to help them out. And of course, through our initiatives, we certainly believe that we'll continue this kind of, number one, this sort of awareness that's really required amongst all our startup entrepreneurs. And second, how do we really take them to those resources and bring those resources to them, right? And then, of course, facilitate them to really come together and create their enterprising journey that they would like to have. Thank you so much, Mahavir. Darshan would like to add anything to what Mahavir has talked, and it was certainly very insightful talk that he has given us to us, all of us today.
It is always a pleasure to listen him.
It's always a pleasure.
Once again, Mahavir.
Thank you, Darshan.
And
thank you, Maulik. Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you so much. Pleasure.
Cheers.
Thanks for your time today, Mahavir.
Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Best wishes.
Hello.
Hi, Shweta.
Hi.
And team, would you like to come in and?
Yeah, so I think Shweta ma'am is in the lounge along with the next event.
Sure.
So we would be resuming it in some time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
Thank you. Take care.
So Mahavir will be recording a bite now in a breakout room.
Yeah. Sure.
Are we good to start?
Okay, most welcome the entire team, our moderator, our honorary secretary. To the team, are we live? We are going live in some time?
We are live.
So can we begin?
Yes.
Yeah, please go ahead. Over to you, Rajat.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rajat Singhania. I am the Treasurer for TiE Vadodara, and I'm going to be moderating this session today, where we have Munir Thakur from Ahmedabad and Ravin Sanghvi from Baroda, and we are going to talk about angel investment. So before I get started, let me start by giving you a brief introduction of what TiE Vadodara is, what this event is all about, and some brief background about Munir and Ravin. So TiE Vadodara is a non-profit organization launched in February 2021, devoted to fostering entrepreneurs and startup ecosystem across all industries, with its unwavering support at all levels, from incubation to throughout the entrepreneurial life cycle. With a global reach and a local focus, the heart of TiE efforts lies in its 5 foundational programs: mentoring, networking, education, funding, and incubation. The Vadodara chapter has been launched by like-minded, leading and passionate entrepreneurs. Keeping up the versatility of our city is truly known for, with representation of 34 charter members from various verticals and fields, 3 major higher education institutions of the city, and incubation centers joining us from as our ecosystem partners, joining hands to support our mission of giving back to the ecosystem and community by generating and nurturing the next generation of entrepreneurs. In a short span of our inception, we have organized as well as engaged into several initiatives to nurture entrepreneurship and the startup ecosystem. Our events so far include the TiE Women's Global Pitch, which was a chapter pitch of 2021, an initiative program that aims to foster and encourage women entrepreneurship through mentoring, networking, education, and funding to create a strong women entrepreneurial community. The Vadodara chapter had a strong participation of 25 innovative startups. The winner of the chapter competition participated in the global competition organized in Dubai. We've had cross-chapter exchanges, mentoring series with iHub, expert sessions on IP and legal strategies for startups, various masterclass series for budding startups. We have had speaker sessions such as Horizons in the Pursuit of Limitless, aiming to bring forward the unwanted entrepreneurs, learning from the life learnings of the out-of-box thinker. Exclusive speaker series for the students of our associate educational institutions, and many more. And finally, the virtual startup showcase will be our yearly initiative, supported by our various TiE chapters across the globe, coming together to provide a platform for the startup ecosystem of our city and nation. And I personally believe TiE Vadodara is doing a great job in supporting this entrepreneurial ecosystem. My best wishes and regards are always with them, and I look forward to working with you on your various initiatives. So what exactly is this event all about? So TiE Vadodara, in association with Vibrant Gujarat, presents the Pre-Vibrant Startup Showcase as a part of the Runway to Vibrant Gujarat Startup Summit 2022. And this event will run from the 5th to 8th of January 2022. TiE Vadodara, through this virtual showcase, is targeting at providing a global outreach to the participating startups, initiating communication channels with organizations supporting the startup ecosystem, opportunity to connect with existing entrepreneurs, venture capitalists, and experienced professionals for long-term mentoring, investment, equity, and resource participation support, scale-up opportunities for startups, expansion, partnership, and diversification opportunities for entrepreneurs, mentors, and venture capitalists. The event is aimed at showcasing 100+ startups from across Gujarat with the networking and virtual product showcase platform that will allow the participating organization to achieve networking, mentoring, education, funding, and incubation with existing entrepreneurs, leading large corporations, seed funders, angel investors, venture capitalists, and associations. Our associations include various TiE chapters globally, 20+ universities, educational institutes, and associations, along with incubations supporting entrepreneurial and startups. We have confirmed participation from 100+ startups from all over Gujarat, 15+ TiE organizations from across the world, such as TiE Global, TiE Toronto, TiE UK North, TiE Austin, TiE Mumbai, TiE Delhi, NCR, TiE Hyderabad, TiE Kolkata, TiE Bangalore, TiE Kerala, etc. 18+ international and national speakers, 5 ecosystem partners, 20 institutions and universities, 10 incubators, various industry associations. Our esteemed guest from the inaugural session, Ms. Latika Pai, Country Head Microsoft, Venture Capital and PE Partnerships, has given her keynote yesterday. We are also happy to inform that we have big names like Mr. Sanjay Mehta, founder and partner of 100VX, who will be speaking later today. Mr. Jayesh Parikh, co-founder of Sony Entertainment Television, managing partner, Good Startup, and Mr. Vinayak Nath, managing partner, Venture Catalyst, ecosystem partner of Shark Tank India, will also be sharing their thoughts with us shortly. TIE, being truly a global organization, is now aimed at bringing a vibrant and supportive ecosystem for startups in Gujarat, Vadodara, through its Vadodara chapter. TIE Vadodara is dedicated to bring result-oriented and effective programs for startups, women entrepreneurs, students, and established entrepreneurs to have their involvement, providing them growth opportunities. And now to introduce the people we have on the panel today. So let me have the privilege of introducing Mr. Munir Thakur. Munir is co-founder and director of Silicon Computech Private Limited, a company founded in 1993. Silicon is based on niche as well as cutting-edge technology-based solutions in the field of data storage, data backup, cloud storage, disaster recovery, and input data capture and data digitalization. Munir is an avid investor of more than 25 years, having direct and indirect investment experience in private equity, venture funds, and he has started investing as an angel investor for the last 6 years. Munir is a charter member of TIE Ahmedabad, and he's one of the founder members of AAN, Ahmedabad Angel Network. And he has invested directly in about 10 startups in various fields like EdTech, HealthTech, logistics, FinTech, and some B2B SaaS startups. Munir has been very active as a mentor in the startup ecosystem in Ahmedabad. He has a specific interest in tech-enabled startups as well as emerging technologies as IoT, wearable technology, AI, machine learning, deep tech, as well as clean energy. Welcome to this panel, Munir.
Hi.
Yeah. Moving on to our second panelist, Mr. Ravin Sanghvi. He's an active startup. He's active in the startup ecosystem for about 7 years, having worked as first head of coach of Stanford University Collaborative Startup Incubator at Ahmedabad, and then as the first CEO of Atal Incubation Center promoted by Niti Aayog at Surat. He is now freelancing for the last 3 years in the field of startup mentoring, business development, consulting, funding, facilitation, angel investment. Mr. Sanghvi did his graduation in mechanical engineering and post-graduation in business management. For over 28 years, he has worked with reputed Indian and multinational companies like Voltas, Hitachi, Danfoss, Banco, etc., in diverse engineering sectors in various functional areas before moving full-time to the startup ecosystem. He has traveled extensively within India and abroad to deal with local and global customers and has physically attended several international trade fairs and seminars. Mr. Sanghvi likes to encourage budding entrepreneurs and startups with his network and experience. As an angel investor, he has made 20 investments so far and is well connected with various angel networks. He is often invited as a jury, speaker, member for panel discussion, etc. in regional and national events related to entrepreneurship and the startup ecosystem. He was awarded at the SAIG Startup Summit 2018 for his contribution in nurturing the startup ecosystem. Welcome to this panel, Mr. Raman. So thank you guys for taking the time to be on this panel. And I would like to start with a few basic questions. So how did your journey start? So we can start with Munir first, followed by Ravin. So how did you start this journey of angel investment?
Yeah, so actually for me also angel investment term was quite new till about 2014-15. So one of my close friends visited from California and he was in Ahmedabad at that time. He just talked to me about this kind of investments which were prevalent in US, and he had made a few investments and he was talking about his journey as well as success stories and some failures. I also got interested, and at that time I think there was one incubator very active in Ahmedabad which is called Venture Studio, part of AU, Ahmedabad University. So he introduced me to a few of our old friends like Mr. Bakeri and Mr. Shah, Pawan Bakeri, who were very active at that time. So, I mean, we were from the same background, like we all passed out from LD and then went abroad for our masters. So we knew each other, and so that we started this journey together as finding the startups and trying to listen to their pitch. And we made a few initial investments in 15, 16. So that's how my journey started.
Great. Thank you. Ravinji, over to you. How did your journey start?
Yeah, some parallels with what Munir said, because our journey pretty well started together. As such, typically in Gujarat and places like Ahmedabad, Vadodara, Surat, Rajkot, there's a lot of interest in terms of the equity investment. Now, startup investment, basically angel investment is one higher category, which is more higher risk and more higher reward category. So when I got inducted into the startup ecosystem in 2015, when I left the corporate world and decided to work into the startup ecosystem, when I joined Venture Studio, which is the incubation center of Ahmedabad University, as Munir said, the Ahmedabad Angel Network was also formed then, and one of the deal came, and then as part of the program also for the cohorts, we need to facilitate the funding. So I said, let me get the first-hand experience in terms of what this angel investment is all about, and that is where in 2015 this journey started. And then what triggered that journey over the period of 7 years, it has progressed very well. And yeah, this is the background.
Great. Thank you. So coming back to you, Munir, so how did your interest grow? It's like after the first investment, how long, when did you do the first investment? When did the next one come? And how did the interest grow?
Okay. So yeah, of course, parallelly, I was, apart from this few deals which were there from Venture Studio, parallelly, we used to attend certain sessions from CII where many other startups used to pitch. And I was also interested in certain other platforms like Let's Venture and all. So I used to attend the conferences across India. So that's how I got a kind of a feel that this is going to grow very big. And I must give at least maybe 7 to 8 hours a week to understand this investment, I would say, options. And also studied a few, I would say, success stories of US-based investors and tried to follow their model, like investing into about 8 to 10 startups in first 3-4 years, and then keep on investing on the successful startups in follow-on rounds. Because few of the startups won't take more than a year or so, they may fold up. But whichever startup does well and is ready to raise the next round, there is more chance of getting rewarded in terms of whenever the exit happens, you can get the multiples. Otherwise, the kind of returns which we expect never materialize. So, I mean, that is how I went on studying a few success stories and things like that.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Ravinji, over to you.
Yeah. So it so happened that just for helping the startups that I was mentoring, I had to be active in the startup ecosystem. And while mentoring is one part and incubation, the facilitation of the funding, helping the startups to raise the fund is definitely another important aspects which an incubator should perform. So that's why my interest grew, taking participation in various events in terms of the different incubators across the country, also understanding what is happening internationally. And then I came to know that there are private angel networks, typically the bigger at that time in 2015-16. So we had Indian Angel Network, we had Mumbai Angels. We also hosted some of the private networks to our incubation center, namely Let's Venture, and that's how the interest grew. And as I dived deeper into it, I thought that this is something which is really fantastic opportunity, both for the investors and also the startups. Basically, we have to work out a win-win situation. And as we started getting subsequently in 2015, 16, 17, 18, the Indian startup ecosystem started maturing. And that is how more and more good startups started coming in. So in 2016, I made my first investment. Then I made in 2018 one. And since 2019, 2021, on an average, every year, 4, 5, 6 investments are happening. And this pace has accelerated now. And the kind of return which we see, and I'm also fortunate to have a couple of exits. There is also a down round. So it is an up and down both journey. But I still believe that overall startup investment and the angel investment is a very interesting and thrilling space. And this is a lifetime opportunity for any angel investors to get in today's situation in India.
Great. Thank you. Monuji, coming back to you. So, can you just elaborate and give us some details of? We don't need names if you don't want to share, but like how many investments have you done? Which sectors? So if you can share some details, would help us get an idea of where your interest lies and where you see better opportunities.
Sure. Yeah. So initially, actually, while we were learning, we used to at least listen to pitches of about 10 to 15, fundable ideas and select a few of them. Most of them were coming from Ahmedabad or Gujarat. And as Ravin very likely said, at that time, I would say maturity of the founders was less. So we were also learning along the way, and the founders were also pitching a few things which were not I would say, investment worthy. But over a period of time, quality of leads are much better. And we are members of many other networks, so we also get many co-investment opportunities. So initially, it started with a very few sectors like tech-enabled education, logistics, and healthcare. But now we are getting deals in different sectors, like maybe some in deep tech, some in many SaaS product companies. And according to me, consumer internet has become very crowded. Unless you have a very differentiated ideas, now to get into this kind of startups would be much more riskier. Then it would be easier for one to go into a SaaS-based product startups, because their market is defined, as well as the opportunity is global. So now we are trying to choose more SaaS-enabled startups and startups in certain areas where there are global opportunities present.
So interestingly, when you talk about SaaS-based startups, so did the IPO of Freshworks work as a trigger to create that interest? Because I think we've all heard recently about the amazing success story of Freshworks, right?
So what over a period of time, what I have understood is, apart from getting successful round of funding, say after pre-series A, series A, B, C, the startup has to have plan B in order. In bad times when the funding is not done, if they are self-sustainable, maybe the growth rate could be lower for the time being, but they can sustain the bad phase. Though it is very uncommon to use this word right now, because it is in such a frenzy of funding environment. But this is not going to last very long, as everybody says. So we need to have startups which are kind of all-weather startups. And I according to me, SaaS-based product startups have a B2B market. So which is, it's kind of, they don't need to spend a lot of cash to acquire the next set of customer. So
great.
That's the whole idea. Yeah.
Thank you, Monuji. Ravinji, over to you. So what about you? If you can give us some kind of detail about which sectors you invest in and why. So which are your preferred options?
I am in that sense sector agnostic, because as I will share now with you, speak out my investments. So you will see practically several areas, but of course the technology is dominant in that, and technology has become the backbone practically. So you will see that tech is the suffix, whether it's fintech or agri-tech or edu-tech or health tech, etc. So there is an essential element. So I will just give you a feel of my investments. There's a company called Parablue, which is in data security. There's a company in Precinto, which is into SaaS of energy management. There is a company called Mobi Garage, which is into the e-commerce and hybrid of the reused, mobile. Then there is AP Generous, which is a biotech company, which is into the health diagnostic. does a Series B investment. There is another company called Tablet, which is into the e-pharmacy of the hybrid, tier 2 to 6 company. There is Urban Matrix, which is into the drone technology. There is Astrogate, which is into the space tech, which is basically the laser communication between the satellites and the ground station, high risk, high reward kind of a situation. There is another company called Magenta, which is into the EV charger. There is a company called Chubbs, which is in the e-commerce of footwear. There's an Autobricks, which is into the car service platform. There is company Rare Planet, which is a completely different, they are into the handicraft hybrid. You might have seen the ad, Desh Ka Kullad. So there are several artisans that they are promoting, and they have these stores across the various airports in the country. Then there is a company called Orbo, which is into the image processing. There is a company called Almo, which is into the menswear, Jockey equivalent, but on the premium segment. Then there is company which is MediaTek company called Crib. There is another company which is into the HR Tech. This is a UK-based company, Intellect Select, which is specialized in terms of the global SaaS service software into the recruitment. There is another company called Optidex into the SaaS supply chain. There is a company called Faclon, which is an IoT industrial, energy management, water management. And that is where, that's the only company where I've, done the double up or the second round also, as Munir was saying, supporting. And there is another company called Plexus, which is equivalent of Netflix and LinkedIn. There is another company called Kia Connectors, which is into the B2B electronics hardware. There is a company called DesignX, which is into the software as a service into factory operation system. And the current one, which we are also raising fund, which is into the deep tech, defense tech called Edge Force. So as you see, I mean, this is a very vast arena, but primarily, towards the deep tech or the technology companies, including SaaS and IoT, etc. Because as Munir mentioned, B2B is something which is, of course, coming from the engineering background and the industry background. It gives us more opportunity to value add beyond the money, which is the essence of angel investment. Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Ravanji. That was quite an interesting list, and I took three interesting segments there, which are like big buzzwords today: drones, EVs, and IoTs. Those three are, I think, very vibrant sectors which are part of your portfolio. So good to see the diversity in what you're doing, which will be very useful for all our startups who are listening in to see the big spectrum of investments done by you and Munirji. So Munirji, coming back to you. So have you had any successful exits yet? Or I'm going to ask both sides of the spectrum. Any exits which are successful, or any investments which you would call dead today?
Yeah, I think both ways actually. Out of, say, I mean, I'm just giving a number. Out of 10, 3 are already folded. 2 are doing okay. 4 of them have raised at least 1 or 2 more rounds. So of course the valuations have increased. There was an opportunity to partially exit one of the startups, but I did not exit because I'm on board and I feel a lot more confident during this journey, which is going to last very long. So till date, I have not exited, but there were opportunities for exit. And I would say that, I have learned that we need to invest into startups at various stages. So some could be like seed or angel money. And if there is some kind of co-investment opportunity, one can also invest during the pre-series A or series A also, where the exit could be much faster. But for that, you need to have a larger ticket size.
Okay.
But, yeah.
So that was going to be my next question, but do you have like a range or a ticket size which you're normally comfortable with? Since you mentioned the word, I said, let me ask you now before going to Ravinji.
Yeah. So of course, I mean, as an individual investor, you have certain limitations because this is not your only investment. We tend to do a lot of investments into secondary markets. We need to have certain fixed investments and insurance and other things also, because overall investment pie has to be divided. unless you, I mean, ideally one should have 5 to 15% of investment into this kind of risky startups and things like that. So looking at that, I start with maybe 3 to 5 lakhs kind of a ticket size, but I do invest in larger ticket size also, like maybe 15, 20 lakhs if required in subsequent rounds.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Muniji. Ravinji, over to you. So out in your portfolio of all the investments you have done, any successful exits, any startups which folded up, what would the numbers look like?
Okay. So, most of my investments are recent. I would say 2/3 to about 70% of the investments are, 2019 onwards. So that is, in my opinion, one should give about 5 years time before one takes the exit, unless somebody is really lucky. Otherwise, mentally, as an angel investor, we have to be prepared. Generally, I say it is between it's 5 years plus or minus 2 years. So if someone is lucky, then get the exit in 3 years time. Otherwise, it could, COVID kind of situation coming in, it could also stretch to 7 years. One of the startups which I invested early prior to 2019, I was getting an opportunity to get an exit at about 3.3. So that is the exit, because I also wanted to test one exit, before, because all these years I have been pumping in money, and obviously as an individual investor, and more so as a kind of an, employee turned entrepreneurs, which is like for 32 years an employee and 35 next 3 years as an entrepreneur. All said and done, individuals have limited bandwidth, and it differs from individual to individual. So I just wanted to taste that exit. So I have taken that exit. Of course, I have plowed that money back into the other startups. So that was a 3.3 times kind of an exit. Another startup which started in 2019, now it's changing course, and there's a very fast up round, which was 4x within 6 months. But then after the COVID, it was beaten down, and now we have the down round going on, where our valuation is eroded by 1/3, and it is now transferring itself. So let's see now. Hopefully now with the transformation, we can hope of getting the organization back on track. But even as Munir mentioned, that there's a lot of frenzy in the market, and the market is flush with funds. One has to be really selective in terms of startup investment, and one should do one's own due diligence. I am happy to say that between 2019 and now, even as the investments are going on, this is in out of the 10 investments, the 7 are seeing the up round, and some with very good footing. So I think this is something which I would like to share, and I have seen that up round happening between 2 times to 6 times in a period of broadly in about 3 years time. And post-COVID also, the situation has improved, as we see we have so many unicorns now happening in 2021 and 22. So I think this is a great time. And so far as the ticket size is concerned, I generally, 5 lakh plus or minus 2 lakh, that's the sweet spot. Rarely in my case, it goes, up to 10. But this is generally because then, one also has the diversified portfolio. Startup investment is not only just one-time investment and forget about it. In my opinion, it should be, a good portfolio approach one should have. And over a period of time, it should be split.
And thank you so much, Ravinji. So if sounding all amazing learnings which you would have acquired doing all these investments, and making that call that when there's a next round happening, should we exit like, what Muniji mentioned, or should we do the next round, or what should we do? So if I can just ask you both, starting with Muniji, any learnings you want to share with other people? Because, out of the people listening in today, there would be a lot of people who are looking to get into angel investing. And that's the question everybody would want to really get your thoughts on. What are your learnings in this?
Yeah, so first of all, I think apart from money, one has to have passion to invest into startups. So it's not kind of a one-time investment and forget kind of a thing. If you are interested in a particular business or a startup, or maybe a group of verticals where you would be interested, apart from just putting in your money, you should try to be an active investor. to guide the founders and the team to the right direction, wherever you have connects, wherever you can add value, things like that. And during the journey, they would also require many times hand-holding in terms of certain other aspects, like maybe some kind of compliance, getting connected them with some kind of lawyers or CAs or CSs and things like that. So if you are interested in that kind of a journey, along with the entrepreneurs, then this is the place to be. Another aspect as an investor, as I told earlier also, that you should not put more than 10 to 15% of your overall investable sums into startups, because though India's story looks very bright, but exits are not in your hand. Of course, you can, because though if you have to be lucky to get exits every year, or say out of 10 startups, if you're lucky, you'll get exits in 5 to 7 years. Some startups would just go on with minimal growth, and you may never get exit. So, I mean, your money could be stuck. So, another thing is like sometimes you are like maybe along with the founders, you also feel that let us give some kind of life to a particular startup and try to do a bridge round. But those kind of investment decisions have to be more rational than emotional, because even giving some money doesn't work. I mean, they need to have a full bandwidth for plan B to succeed in this particular journey. So you have to be really rational. You cannot be emotional while doing this investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Muniji. That was like really useful, you know. Be rational, not emotional. That is a very important thing, and like any other investment. Very well said. Yes, Ravinji, what would your learnings be, or what would you say the most important learnings?
From an angel investor perspective, I would say that I second views what Mudir mentioned, that it's not invest and forget kind of a situation, though it's a long-term thing. Number one has to be active in the sense that how you can contribute to the growth of the startup. That's number one. We don't want to interfere, but at the same time, many times it has been seen, and more so in the some of these startups where either the freshers would have come, or with limited experience in the corporates, people would have come. And sometimes it's also seen, the financial responsibility and accountability is something that as an angel investor, we should demand, and we should ask. We don't want all the details and the nitty-gritties, but it is important to have the involvement and the communication. So if the communication is not forthcoming, we should seek that communication from the founders, because founders definitely is into several things, and once the money comes in, sometimes this responsibility or the accountability to investors is forgotten. Now in the listed space, you have corporate governance, you have compliances, requirements, etc. But in the unlisted space, or like the startups, it's not there. So collectively and individually, I think the angel investors have to be alert and see that the organization is running well, and how you can help them. At the same time, this is a sympathetic or empathetic kind of a investment situation. So one, as an investor, should have the empathy, because this is also not the stock market where today we invest and 6 months down the line, whenever we want to have an exit, we can have the exit. So it's a long-term situation, long-term game, and hence it is always essential to know the founders very well. So try and do as much, try to know as much as possible in terms of the founders' background, their experiences, their vision, their passion, etc. So I think this is important. This is not a share bazaar ka tip ki theek hai, today you invest in X stock, somebody told you invest in Y stock, you invest in Y stock. This is a long-term engagement, and hence due diligence, whatever possible, should be done by the angel investors.
Yeah, thank you. I think what I'm hearing is, when you're becoming an angel investor, don't be like a bank. Ki paisa de diya aur fir bhul jao. Become a partner who's given the money and who's concerned and there to help the startup grow. I think that would be a key differentiator for an angel investor. Perfect. Sure. Thank you so much. So, well, we are having this event on a TiE platform. Now, TiE is all about helping startups, and TiE is one of the leading platforms doing this. And there are some other platforms as well. So, Muniji, coming back to you, how do you see since you're also a TiE member, how do you see the role of platforms like TiE in helping startups, whether from investment standpoint or investors to connect to the right startups, because it works both ways? The investors
No,
need
absolutely.
the
I think,
and startups need the right investors. So
yeah, so TiE is playing and can play a much bigger role. And across chapters, I've seen that there are so many domain experts in deep tech and different verticals. So if we are networked well, then for due diligence also we can seek help of other TiE members who are in that particular field. And I mean, there could be many co-investment opportunities across chapters, not only India, but across the world, maybe some TiE chapter from Australia or the US or UK. If we have this kind of co-investment opportunities, then geographically also one can be diversified. And that should be the whole idea. Of course, being in India, India is a great place to be. But apart from that, we need to have some investments across the world also, if possible. So TiE can help a lot in this direction to tie members, investors for networking, for knowledge sharing, and to startups also, because they also seek certain, I would say, connections for the new market or new opportunities and things like that.
thank you, Manoj. Ravinji, back. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, certainly. Like just before this session, Mr. Mahavir Pratap Sharma was the TiE Global Chair before in 2020. And he mentioned about the TiE India Angels. And I think as a forum, TiE can play a great role. TiE India Angels is already activated, 2 investments have happened. And considering the vast, network and pool of knowledge and entrepreneurship, and that to successful experienced entrepreneurs, platforms like TiE can certainly play a very significant role in terms of tying up the initial capital which is required, and of course, as and when required, the subsequent rounds as well. Other than TiE, there are several other private platforms. Now, angel investors today have few choices, so one has to really understand what is the philosophy of their particular platform. Other than that, there are city-based networks also. So, like as we know, Mumbai Angels, Chennai Angels, Hyderabad Angels, Ahmedabad Angels, etc. Now, city-based angels also, in my opinion, networks can play a very important role, because that is the local strong support available to the local startups, and it could be region specific, it could be city specific. Of course, today the word is boundaryless, but still the local contact and the local support has its own significance. So I think such city-based startups also, town-based startups also, regional-based startups also, if they come and start supporting the local startups, it will be of great help, because then the collective strengths of the members come in play, and that can play a very significant role, especially in the early days of the startups.
Great. Thank you so much, Ravinji. I think we are reaching the end of our slot. So before I come to you for final thoughts and message for startups and investors, a quick kind of a buzzer round to get for our startups. So if let's say a startup is coming to you for investments, I'm going to have a few questions with 2 choices. I'll go with Munirji first. What's your choice? Experienced entrepreneur versus a youngster out of college. What's your choice?
Experienced entrepreneur.
A buzzword vertical or a traditional business vertical?
It's a difficult thing to do, but I would say buzzword.
Buzzword. A Me Too business which has been validated in another country, or something totally new?
Totally new.
MVP stage or revenue stage?
Revenue stage, definitely.
Tech or non-tech?
Both are fine.
Indian or non-Indian?
Both are fine, but as of now, there are more Indian choices available.
Thank you, Munirji. Ravinji, over to you. Same questions. Experienced entrepreneur versus a youngster?
Experience.
Buzzword business versus a traditional business?
Buzzword.
Buzzword. A Me Too validated business or something totally new?
Prefer totally new, unless there is a deep opportunity in terms of the Me Too validated also. If something different happening, fine, but otherwise just Me Too, no.
Okay. MVP versus revenue stage?
Revenue.
Tech versus non-tech?
Tech, because I think tech is the backbone today, even in non-tech business.
Great. And Indian versus non-Indian?
Indian.
Thank you so much. So can I just have a closing remarks for you? So Muniji, let's start with you. A message for startups and advice for angel investors.
Yeah, message for startups. I think though we are in the disrupted phase due to COVID, I think it is one of the best opportunities in India. Because of this disruptions, many things go online, and startups have this tech enablement where they can do many things online, disrupt many other things. It's the best time to be. You have to be patient, of course, with the investors, with the market and everything. You have to learn along the way, but it's again a journey which you should try. And for investors, again, it's the best time, but you have to be more selective because there are many opportunities. And in next 2-3 years, you can build a very good portfolio. Thank you.
Muniji, before going back to Ravinji, if you can also say for an angel investor, what kind of returns they can expect on an average in how much time? So that gives them a perspective, because अपने लोग Indians हैं, हम लोग को ये बहुत जरूरी है, तब तो गाड़ी में भी गिनते हैं average कितना आ रहा है, तो for us it's very important कि कितना छूटेगा.
Yeah, so before plunging into this, I had read many books as well as I tried to find out from my friends overseas. So typically in US, people expect 25 to 27% kind of CAGR returns. So similar returns can be expected in India, even better is possible, but we don't have very long history of exits, and we don't have documented facts about exits also. So again, Indian market itself is giving about 15 to 18% returns. I'm talking about secondary market, stock market. So anything above that should be fine. But I mean, getting kind of 35-40% kind of CAGR would be exorbitant. I don't think one should expect that. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Muniji. Ravinji, over to you. Your message for startups, angel investors, and what returns they can expect.
Message for startup is that this is the great time to be in. In fact, the entire this decade, the entire 20s to be very thrilling for the startups. The entire background is set. The mindset is there to help and support startups. People have started understanding, what startup is. Failure is acceptable. What is important is that the learning. Okay, and the another important message that I would like to give to startup is that when you are working with your own money, nobody will ask you. But the moment you bring somebody else's money, then be equally responsible and be answerable to that. Be frugal, be innovative, and use the money judiciously, because that ultimately will help you only to build a solid, strong foundation. So there should always be a side in terms of the cost-effective, and rational spending and the growth.
Thank you. For investors.
Again, for investor, I think this is a great era, great time. Anybody investing now into the 20s, 21, 1 year is already gone. There are a lot of opportunities, and much more exciting opportunities are coming in 22, 23, 23, 4. I believe in next 3-4 years, whoever invests very judiciously after studying and after having the conviction, because I don't think that in last 7 years, I have seen so many opportunities which have cumulatively come up in last year and coming up now. So invest in this. So far as the return is concerned, my guess is that if well curated, well chosen startups are there, there are chances that in 3 to 4 at least startups out of the 10 that one picks up, one would have the possibility of minimum making 3 to 4x, or it could be even more. It could be 10, 12, 15 also. Or even higher, because we also seen the cases of 80s and 100s. Of course, those are once in maybe 100 or 1000. But certainly, in a well-curated startups, there is opportunity to make much more. And as Muni said, if 15 to 18% is the historical equity, of course, that time the interest rates were also higher. So we have to see that in comparison of that. So in a normal mutual fund, if people get 10-12% CAGR, in my opinion, one can expect definitely 20-25% up. I wouldn't be surprised that a well-chosen portfolio can also have 30-35% plus over a period of 7 years or towards the end of this decade, CAGR.
Great. Thank you so much, Ravinji, Munirji. It was a pleasure having you here and sharing your thoughts. And also, I would like to thank you on behalf of the startups you're supporting, because it's people like you who are doing investments in startups and showing the light to other people who have the ability to invest, that this is definitely something which they can do as well. And that's the only way we can build up the startup ecosystem. That's the only way TiE can help connect the dots and make it work both for investors, the startups, and the entire ecosystem. So thank you for all your time and help to the startup ecosystem.
Okay.
And it was a pleasure having you here and talking to you.
Same here.
Same here. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Best wishes to all the startups and the investors who are watching the show.
Yeah, I also wish all the best to all of them.
Thank you so much. We can leave this room, I think so.
Yeah,
I think we can leave the room, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Whenever. Do we have Sanjay here? I don't see him.
Yeah, Sanjay is there.
Okay.
I am not able to start my video.
Uh,
It says host has stopped it.
Can you just check at the back room, Shweta?
You may check now. The permissions have been granted. Can you just check once again, Sanjay ji?
1 second. Not able to start the video.
I sent you the ask to start the video. I'm sending you a request once again.
Yeah, I'm clicking on it, but it's not happening.
Okay. Would you mind rejoining again if it's okay with you? so that none of the permissions will be applicable to you then.
Yeah, I think that's what he's trying to do. Wonderful. So warm welcome, Mr. Sanjay Mehta, the renowned institutional angel investor, I would say. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to all our esteemed panelists, all the government officials, friends from the industry, and all the invitees. I'm myself Bharat Bafna. I'm an entrepreneur as well, and I'm really delighted to have Sanjay Bhai with us. Well, Sanjay Bhai doesn't need an introduction. This is a session about early investors to create wealth for self and nation through startup investment. And the keynote will be delivered by Sanjay Mehta. Before I go to introduce Sanjay Bhai, I think some quick stats about angel investing in India. So just last year, we've had, which is FY 2021, we've had some 500 angel investments, 4,600 crores flew through the angel investment route, and that's almost a whopping 15 deals a day. So angels, as the name suggests, are the real angels, and it's very important to have this fraternity, I would say. The importance of early investors, not only from a funding point of view, but also from a motivation, from a critical input, to give insight whether the idea needs some tweaking, ideas on the scaling. So mentoring, validating, and then connecting, and help raise further funds. All of this, strategizing. So all of this is what an angel brings on table at an early stage, so it's a very important fraternity. And, I'm glad that there are individual angels, and then there are institutional angels, as we call them. I mean, the ones who sort of institutionalize the angel investing, so making it process oriented. When I talk about Sanjay Bhai, 100 VCX as the name of his investing company says, it's like you want to invest into 100 companies in a year. That's an amazing, ambition to have and plan to have, I would say. You can't do it without institutionalizing it, without making it process oriented. So coming to Sanjay Bhai falls into the leagues of the top, I would say 20 angel investors in the country, or top 10 maybe, and he rubs shoulders with the likes in terms of his investments, with the likes of Mr. Ratan Tata, Mr. Mohandas Pai, Mr. Girish Mathrubootham, Vijay Shekhar Sharma, Sachin Bansal, etc. So the type of experience, the type of credibility he brings on table is just amazing. That's Sanjay Bhai for us. Brief about his personal. He is known as an investor, an angel investor with Midas Touch. He's also is a faculty in terms of executive education courses that he runs for angel investing. Founder of 100x VC. He's brought revolutionary iSafe note to India, which is a simplifying seed stage investing. Portfolio performance of a whooping 103% IRR versus an industry average of 30% IRR, and that's amazing. He's also a partner in India's largest IT media company. I've watched some of his shows. So Pitch Right reality show, Elevator Pitch, they're very interesting, Sanjay Bhai. So, in 45 seconds, listens, makes quick analysis, decides, and gives feedback. That's amazing. So these are 26 episodes. To all the invitees here, I would suggest go ahead and just have a look at those. He's part of Winning Pitch series, 20 episodes for Leaders of Tomorrow, which is done by ET Now. He is a ISB and a Wharton alumni. He was awarded TiE Hall of Fame Award for Outstanding Contribution in Angel Investing. Angel Investor of the Year by Let's Venture. So the list is on. He is made to Forbes list of investors. And he's the only angel investor with 4 unicorns under his belt. So you know who to go on board if you have unicorn ambitions. That's Sanjay Bhai for us. A warm welcome, Sanjay Bhai, and on to you. I'm sure people are eager to listen to you and not to me. I can go on and on while talking about you. So on to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Bharat Bhai. Thank you. Appreciate TiE Vadodara to have me on this session. Try to keep it very crisp while this subject is very dear to my heart, and I can go on. And typically the venture investing sessions which I've done across as a masterclass goes at least across to 10 to 12 weeks every weekend, which I used to do for TiE Mumbai. So I've just taken some part of it and try to give you a gist or a, as you say, trailer, right, on how angel investing works and what are the do's and don'ts. So if you can have the presentation up, team, it would be great. I can start across. Yeah. It's all about how do you pick winners and what is the process? What are the myths typically or angel investor with those mistakes while doing angel investing? And how do you run a process so that you also become lucky to find unicorns? If we can have the presentation up, it would be great.
Yeah. Just give a second.
Sure. While the presentation is getting up, there we have. So idea is I'm going to talk about picking winners, how I've been lucky enough to have those unicorns and what is the process that I've followed and what are my learnings over 11 years. Next. So we are in people business. That's my team at 100x VC. On the left is Shashank Randev, which is a very renowned person within the VC industry, helps across a lot of the entrepreneurs with VC connection. Pragna joined across very recently to us from Mumbai Angels. Yagnesh is our CFO and pioneering the iSafe notes. Lipi is our investment analyst at our end. Vatsal, who is the young CTO, and Nenad, the gray head, the experienced guy, who helps us steer across the whole team. Next. Venture investing, basics. I'm just going to remove some of the myths and stuff. I don't know if all of you guys have really worked hard in terms of angel investing, and it's all about betting on the future. While most of us will do predictions and talk about the trends and stuff, nobody can see the future, right? How it's going to work across. It's very difficult to pick winners. If I knew across, let's say Oyo Rooms, which is one of my unicorn portfolio, Oyo will become Oyo. If I knew from before, I would put all my money over there. So picking winners is a myth, right? You can't pick winners. You can't say that, okay, this is going to be the winner. Let me put all my eggs in one basket. That's not how it works across. And that's why I always say, there are people or investors, those who don't know, and those who don't know that they don't know, right? And that's how you classify those angel investors. So how do you do investments? And that's where I will aim to. Let's go next. So most of the time, if you see VC funds, and when we have been asked across, even in the media, we always try to give some trends and predictions saying that this is what will happen, this is how things will work across, this is how the deals will sharpen, because we need optimism there. Because when we take bets on these young founders, we are betting for the outcome, and we need to be very optimistic. But can we see the future? No, we can't. And that's why we need a process. So where I'm coming across is that you have to follow a process when you are doing angel investing. It's a process-driven business. If you think this as a business, there are processes and the steps which you need to adhere across when you invest as angel investors. Next. Startup world is filled with randomness, right? You believe within your portfolio saying that ye deal to, will become unicorn, give me 100x outcome, and it's not going to happen. And many times, the deals which you feel, okay, ye to hone wala nahi, and suddenly they change around and give you that multiple bagger kind of outcomes, right? And you see unforeseeable windfalls, right? So it's like, there are so many places where I can give you in my last 11 years, I would have seen across. There's nothing more common in angel investing where we are right for the wrong reasons, right? And vice versa. I would say across, it's very different investing model. It's not, typically in real estate, when you invest across, kuch to paisa milega, it can't be zero. There is basic returns which you can predict across. In startup world, it's filled with randomness, and I'll quote a couple of examples soon. Next. This is my story in terms of I've got 4 unicorns in my portfolio, and I only say that it's a luck effort. I have been applauded in media saying that, okay, the person who got 280x return, you are quoted across, people would like to put money along with where you are, rightfully so. But many times, as I mentioned across, this is driven by a process, and process generates luck. So what is the method that you can generate luck, right? And create a luck for yourself in angel investing? It's very important. And I'll run you through what are the processes that one should follow across. And again, this is a very indicative, rough outline, but at least this will give you a head start in terms of how you can run through a process, right? I had 4 unicorns, one called Oyo Rooms, second was called Block.one, which is into blockchain operating system. Then we had got one crypto exchange called CoinDCX, and one into commercial space station called Axiom Space. So these were the 4 unicorns which I had under my belt. Next. So while we can't see the future, and once we start accepting that, what are the things where we can do things which are within our power? What are the things that we can do across while we are doing angel investing? How do we take decisions of saying that this startup I would like to put money, this I will not put money, this is why this deal looks across attractive to me. So what are the things within the power? And let's try to understand that in the next slide. Next. So we know where we are. We ought to have the good sense, right? So we need to, one, control emotion and follow a process. And this is very, very important. I have been talking this possibly 10 times. Follow the process. There is a standard process of building a portfolio and investing in startups. And please follow that. And definitely you will not lose money. People call this as the riskiest asset class. And for me, as I mentioned across, it has been the most rewarding and wealth creating opportunity. The best way to create wealth is to own a piece of equity into any business, as simple as that. That's the best way to create wealth. So what are the things that you can do across if you're starting angel investing? One, start investing in deals with lead investor, which means you get a social proof. So for example, if somebody has crossed, let's say 20, 30 deals as a portfolio, they know what is the do's and don'ts and how to select and work across, build exit. Find those lead investors saying that, okay, you are ready to put in money alongside those lead investors and learn. That will give you first a good safety net for initial, 5, 10, 20 deals. So you get a social proof, right? So invest along with the lead investor. Second is look at the, transaction, legal fees to be paid across, avoid conflict deals. Now, what I mean over here is there are a lot of people who are marketing deals. There will be platform because they earn fees out of it. Those are conflict deals, right? There's an interest of, investing and if you invest, they get money out of it. So I'm not saying those are bad deals. It's just that you need to be careful about it. How much money you are spending across on transaction and legal fees to close a deal is very important. And lastly, how do you assess a deal? For every deal, even if there is a lead investor, and if you are taking a decision, you need to remove the guesswork. Try to prepare an internal investment note, not to present to anybody, but you as an investor, you need to work with either the lead investor or the founder, or try to work and create a small note on market size, how big this opportunity is. Because great product, great founder, but if there is no market for it, there is no value creation which will happen. So how big is the market you need to work upon? Second is, what's the unfair advantage? I mean, if it's a me too, there's no IP, there's no moat, the businesses fall apart. I mean, there will be other people who will be able to execute better and, take away that leadership position. So find across the businesses where there is an unfair advantage, a moat. Third, work across and understand what's a business model to make money, right? How are the product pricing done across? How will they make money? Then comes the team strength, right? Are these people going to make money for you? Are these people experienced enough to build this product? What is their right to win, right? It's very important. And lastly, whenever you enter a deal, always think exit. Because we are not here to stay as an investor. We are here to make money. We are here to create wealth. We enter at a valuation, we exit at a valuation. So whenever you enter any deal, you need to have an exit in your mind. What is the exit opportunity? Is it going to be 5x? Is it going to be 20x? Is it going to be 100x? What's going to be your exit opportunity? What are the possible exit scenarios you see after 4 years, 5 years, 10 years? Where do you think this company will be? And just put a note to it. It will give you a clear direction whether you want to go ahead with this deal or not. And these decisions are not about future. These decisions can be made across on basis of your current observation, right? Your current condition. They remove the whole guesswork about investing. So it becomes very, very important to create this kind of note before you invest across. And if you go to 100x.vc website, you can see across the same investment thesis we follow across, right? And this is how we select and take decisions. When we invest, we have a clear understanding that unless we see a 20x minimum exit, right? Minimum exit of 20x, we'll not invest into any deal. We are not here for interest type of return. If somebody is going to say that, okay, I'll give you 20% return. No, I'm not. I need 20x kind of return. Unless I see that into any deal, I will not invest. So that you need to have your own comfort and create your thesis. In fact, in the coming slide, I have got a template which you can use across to create your own investment thesis. Next. It's essential to understand the difference between investing in good deals and investing things very well, right? Most of the time, when you see later stage deals, right? Series C, Series D deals, great deals, or pre-IPO deals, you will find these are great deals, right? Proven metrics, traction is there. There will be tons of data to be looked upon, but you are entering at a very high valuations. The chances of your success is very limited with this high valuation entry. So idea here is you want to take a risk and spray, but not pray, right? So a lot of people say, okay, angel investing is spray and pray. No, it is not spray and pray. Yes, as an angel investor, you need to spray, you need to have multiple bets. You need to invest small bets in multiple startups, but idea is to do it with a process. And I have given in the later slide, I have a portfolio structure, how you want to build across. Let's go next. In startup investing, risk is 1x, which means whatever the capital you are having, but upside is unlimited, right? You can have 1000x exit also. And I have been party to that. And there have been multiple investors who have invested small amount of capitals and generated huge alphas on it, right? And this is because there is a portfolio diversification and there are a lot of small bets which are being taken across. This is the only asset class where you can influence an outcome. In the slides, I will explain across how it is. Next. So let me give you a quick breakdown what and how you can do across a simple allocation of 2 crore investment capital over 2 years, right? And what's going to be your portfolio investing strategy? You don't need to copy or write this down. I've asked the Shweta to circulate this deck to everyone. You guys can take a copy of that from Shweta at TiE Vadodara. Coming back to it, right? You just invest across 50% capital for first checks, reserve 50% for follow-on, do 20 companies, first check, 5 lakhs, first year, follow-on, 20 lakhs, second year. There will be companies which will break out in the second or third year kind of stuff. So do a follow-on, 5 companies, 20 lakhs. Simple allocation. You need to have minimum portfolio of 20 companies. Unless you do this 20 companies, and let's assume same 2 crore, you invest in one deal, you are actually buying lottery, right? So don't do that. Spread your bets. You want more. So that's where I say it across. Risk is 1x, upside is unlimited. And how do you select deals? Now, deal flow evaluation, let's go over there. Typically, let's say you get a direct deal coming across in your mailbox, people writing to your LinkedIn, your, Tyra sends you a deal. These are all random deals, right? Which is not coming any validation. They are sending you, okay, XYZ is raising money. Please look at it. You have got 500 deals. You do 50 meetings and end up doing 5 investment. That's a lot of hard work. 500 deals, right? Then you got validated deals. These are like angel networks. There is some secretariat, which will work across, curate some deals, but they have an incentive to close a deal because they earn fee on it. So they will do a validation, basic hygiene checks, and they will send you a deal saying that, okay, these are 100 deals. You end up doing 50 meetings and you end up doing 10 investments. Now you got referred deals. These are deals which are done by your colleagues, members who are writing checks themselves. These are deals which are validated. There is a skin in the game. Like for example, today, if you are investing in 100x deal, my money is at work. I'm not charging any fee to invest in 100x deals. You are investing directly into the company. These are referred deals where you can do 50 deals, 50 meetings and end up doing 20 investment because there's skin in the game. So that's how you need to break your portfolio, and build an investing strategy. Next. Risk mitigation. A lot of time, people peddle deals. Oh, ye deal aapke paas hi pehle leke aaya hu. You are the only one who is seeing this deal. This deal is a unicorn. This deal is going to give you 100x. I mean, don't fall for it. I've seen across a lot of mistakes people have done across saying that, "Arey, ye mere paas hi deal aaya hai. This is for me and this is going to go," and they allocate large sums of money and lose over there. Just think across multiple times. Why do you think this deal is coming only to you? Unless there is some specific reason why you are privy to this exceptional information. And if somebody is giving you a deal, why can't they invest across, or, why you are the chosen one? So always look for 2 things. One, does that person have a skin in the game? Which means, are they invested in the same deal? If yes, then it's great. Or there's a conflict kind of stuff, right? It has to be either. Next. Portfolio performance, right? I'm a big believer of early stage, seed stage companies versus the late stage. Late stage, when you, every time as an investor, you need to evaluate your portfolio, not individual deal. You need to take cognizance of the complete investment, complete portfolio. And I've seen across, superior performance doesn't come being right, but being more right more often, which means that in a late stage, if you are investing, let's say in Series C, Series D, you may be right more times, but your multiples are 2x, 3x, not more than that. You will never be able to create an 100x out of it, which is possible only when you do early stage deal. And I've seen across, one can be right about something, but it will give you just an average because everybody else is right. Everybody on that cap table is right, and you are entering at a very high valuation. You can be wrong and you outperform because others are more wrong because they put in a lot of money to do that. So investing at early stage makes a lot of sense as an angel investor. Next.
Sanjay bhai, I'm sorry to interrupt. We are a little running out of the time. So if you could rush a little bit. Yeah.
That's all right. We can go to the panel.
Yeah, because the panel is waiting there.
Sure.
Wonderful. I think this. I was amazed as I started and when I was introducing you in terms of the way you go about the process orientation, and I was. It was really wonderful to see how you really go about this process orientation in terms of the deal making or deal spotting or going about the whole thing. This was really invaluable, Sanjay bhai. I thank you a lot for your valuable time and valuable insightful presentation and your words and your wisdom, I would say more than words. Thanks a lot for sparing your valuable time, and from there I hand it over to Ravin bhai for the panel sessions.
Sure, thank you.
Welcome, Sanjay bhai. How are you?
Very good, Ravin bhai. How are you? Good to see you.
Yeah.
Hi, Alkesh.
Hi, Sanjay bhai.
Hey.
Good seeing you, Alkesh bhai, Sanjay bhai, and
hi, Maulik bhai. Hi, everyone.
And Mehul bhai as well.
Yeah, hi.
All great friends, and I think great to see you all on this forum together. Thank you. Thank you for your time today.
Okay, so already covered by you, but there's a lot to learn from you, understand from you. So welcome to this panel discussions with the theme centered around the institutional early investor. Early investor is very, very important because we have seen so many venture capitalists, so many VC firms here, and typically everybody talks about the weak traction and then investment in Series A and Series B and Series C. But angel investment piece, which was either to left primarily to the individual angel investors, now the institutions are also coming, and private institutions are also coming, private platform and networks are also coming, and this is very heartening to see that the startups are encouraged at their early days of the founding. So we have today this discussion around the early institutional investors, and we have three panelists here. Sanjay bhai has been a veteran, and he himself is a very seasoned and experienced investor. You all would have listened to him, and he has kindly agreed to extend his stay and also give his insights during the panel discussions. So his introduction, I believe, has already been done, and of course, as such also he doesn't need an introduction, but I think Bharatji has already done a formal introduction before his address. So I will also introduce Mr. Alkesh Agarwal on the panel. He is the partner of the Seeders Fund, And Alkesh Bhai is a serial entrepreneur and active angel investor. Entrepreneurship and innovation have been his passion from a very young age, and he has been consistently working on transforming problems and challenges into lucrative business opportunities. Under his success are a few of hand-built businesses, including Refill. He himself is an entrepreneur, REFLL, Refill, which is India's largest printer carting recycling network, and Club Laptop, which is India's largest multi-brand laptop repairs and accessories network. He is also a general partner in Cedars, and early stage investment syndicate focus on deep tech, space tech, agri-tech, fintech, and D2C sectors. And a list of some of the accolades Alkesh has. He is featured on the cover story of Franchising World, a leading franchise magazine. He is featured in Young Turks on CNBC. He is featured in the coffee table issue of Nifty Spirits by Times of India Group. He is also a charter member and executive council member of TiE Kolkata. So welcome to Alkesh to this TiE forum. Happy to also see you as a TiE member contributing to this. And I'm sure through this panel discussions, there'll be a lot of insights of you and your partner venture, Cedars, we will share with the audience.
Thank you, Ravi.
And he's an ace marketeer. I mean, I love his marketing thoughts.
Great. Okay. Next we have is CA Mehul Shah from Surat. And he has been into the startup ecosystem, active in his individual capacity for a long time, helping several startups right from registration to the DIPP, which is now DIPP T, and then also in terms of filing, with the ROC, all the regulatory compliances, all the accounting compliances, etc. Then, since he is a second generation chartered accountant from a leading chartered accountancy firm, he also thought of helping the startups in a larger way. So he co-founded a co-working space, and now he is further graduating as a partner advisor in terms of the Ivy Growth Associates, which he has founded with the other partners. At Ivy, they handhold, mentor, and accelerate early stage startups. They act as advisors to give rich experience, learning, and set achievable targets with specific deadlines. Their cohort program runs for 10 weeks, post which they arrange a demo pitch and make the startups market ready. Apart from handholding, they also have startups connect with the angel network of Ivy Growth for raising the funds. They join hands with like-minded investors and grow angel network, which in turn acts as the venture partners and provide assistance to the startups. So their motto is we enable, we engage, we evolve. And they help the startups and the startup founders to do this. They would love to associate with TiE and collaboratively work towards building a startup ecosystem that is sustainable and scalable. So this is the introduction of CA Mehul Shah and his partner company, Ivy Growth. With this, I would like to start our panel discussion. First question to you, Sanjay Bhai, we have been interacting for quite some time, and I have seen, in terms of your phenomenal contribution to the startup ecosystem, both as an individual angel investor and then the institutional investors founding 100x VC. So, what inspired you, to start this 100x VC, and how is the journey so far? What is your vision? If you can just share that with us.
Sure. Thank you, Ravin Bhai. Idea here is, when I was doing angel investing, I saw a couple of problems in the ecosystem. The first one was there are not enough lead investors, which means that somebody is going to discover a deal and say that this is a great deal, I'm putting money, why don't you guys put in money? There were very few full-time lead investors or angels who would do this on a professional basis. So 100x was a thesis where we would put in money and invite other angel investors to join the cap table, and we would not charge any transaction fee or a membership fee. So the cost of entering, and there is no conflict of interest. And you can invest directly into the startups. So that was one. And secondly, we saw across time to close a deal in any startup was taking 3 to 4 months. How can we crunch that time to weeks and days? So we created Safe Notes in an Indian version called iSafe, which is India Simple Agreement for Future Equity. That is like a 4-5 page document, very quick to close. And it has been a great journey, because what happened was we created open source iSafe. So if you go and download it from 100x, you can use it irrespective in any deal. So you save on legal cost. It's a templatized version and quick to close for any entrepreneur. It is so founder friendly that entrepreneurs love that. And it's great to, work in favor of entrepreneur at seed stage. So I think these were the two things where we nutshell in 2 words, which is called funding simplified. So 100x is all about simplifying funding.
Exactly. It took out the complexity and introduced the simplicity, and also with a great replicability. So I think that's a great work, Sanjay bhai, that you have done. And what's your vision going further, both for 100x.vc first, and also the overall startup ecosystem that India is leapfrogging into?
I think we are at a great moment. It's a great time both for entrepreneur. There is never a better time to become an entrepreneur. And I would say this is the best time to become an investor alike. We are just starting the journey. Believe me, the way I am seeing across, by 2030, you see across, the complete index, which is right now filled with all the traditional companies, will be replaced across by this US tech startups, which we are seeing across right now, all the US markets and China and elsewhere. So startups are going to rule the roost. I mean, there is nothing. So what is in for angel investor? Now think across, there is something which is called power law, which works across in angel investing. What it tells across is you need to look at not how many times you were right. What is the magnitude of rightness? So let's say you get, at 100x, we focus on home runs, not averages. I don't invest because I will not be wrong. I invest because if I become right, then how big it will be, right? So we take those risky moonshot bets, but we know that within our portfolio, we will have those home run winners, which is just going to create that return for us. So the whole idea is to create that large outcome. Now, if you look into the current Web3, which is the blockchain and the crypto story, it is the beginning what we saw across in the .com times. And India is going to win that. And India is going to create across a lot of stories around it. So the focus is to, invest in moonshots, create that discoverability. So today, for example, my friend Alkesh, he is also an investor in 100x companies. So we invest and he does the follow-on investing into that, because it's clear cut saying that, okay, I've invested, I've put my money into the company. There's a skin in the game. It's a ready to, cook deal. If I like it, I will invest across and there is no fee to pay. So we want to become that discovery platform for all investors.
Great, Sanjay bhai. Nice to hear this. And in fact, you are also echoing, there's a in the previous panel discussion also, it was revealed that this is the great decade, both for the startups and the investors. And by 2030, the wealth multiplication opportunities are huge. So you also, strengthen that with your inputs. Thank you for that. Now I move to Alkesh. And Alkesh, what triggered the formation of Seeders? Your funding arm.
Right, actually Seeders was formed back in 2009 when basically we just started our business on entrepreneurship journey as well. So that way you can say the idea of angel investing back then was not kind of known in India. So though we did not had enough money to invest, but the idea was there that we have to start somewhere and do angel investing. And we formed this small company. It was not a fund per se, but we have been doing angel investing since then. So we are a group of 4-5 friends who have been doing angel investing on and off. As Sanjay Bhai rightly said, that it is all about moonshot ideas, and there has to be a lot of discipline also when it comes to angel investing. And I would like to make a remark that in India, what we see that once you start investing in, you tend to put in a lot of money in a couple of months only, and then you feel like that you have finished off your wallet, and then you stop, and that's where you basically kill your angel investing journey. And we did the same mistake at during our initial days. So 2011, 10, 11, we did quite a few investments, and then we went busy also, and we thought we made a lot of investment, and we put the kind of trigger off, or maybe I would say we slowed down a bit. But we kept on investing. So just for the sake of data, so over since 2009, we 5 individually and mutually have invested in more than 200 startups. So and we have seen quite a bit of exits and all. So for last couple of years, what we have noticed, as Sanjay Bhai again said, that this is a wonderful time both for startups and investors, and we see India to be placed really well to win this game. And on the top of it, we see that a lot of traditional companies will be disrupted. And we see that not only exchanges, but we'll see in day-to-day that we've already started witnessing and noticed that in our day-to-day usage also now we are using products, we are using services from a lot of these disruptive startups. So we could figure out that this is gonna become traditional, a new asset class as well going forward. And because of our experience and couple of moonshot exits that we saw in 2016, 17, 18, over last couple of years, so a lot of people were also coming back to us and asking advice in terms of where to invest. So we were able to figure out 2 things back in 2019 was that yes, we have always been interested in this space. And being founders, all of us being founders ourselves and operators ourselves, we have been able to connect at early stage startups a little better. So we have been not only able to add value with funds, but also being add value with a lot of kind of suggestions in terms of industry connects, distribution, marketing, because all of us comes from a very diverse backgrounds, retail, technology, digital, and we have seen myself have raised funds and exited companies. One of other partners in Seeders have sold out his company. There are 2 bootstrap entrepreneurs as well. So we all together kind of saw that we have been able to invest and pick right companies over the years. We have seen exits also, and this is a new asset class. So why not commit and make this also as a mainstream, bring this mainstream. And that's where we started formally our institutional journey around 9 months back. So after investing in 200 startups individually and mutually, last year around March, we did our first institutional investment. And that was through syndication route, because I think that was a good idea for us to create a bridge between creating a fund and doing individual investing. So we started investing back in March, and in last 9 months, we have invested in more than 10 companies and kind of raised $2 million from them. And quite a few companies we have invested in are 100x VC companies, and that's where I think platforms like 100x VC plays a very critical role, because they come at a very different stage. They come at an idea stage. Their patience levels are very different. They have to filter a lot of kind of startups. They kind of nurture them to become investable and become growth ready, I would say. And I think our appetite comes just a very thin layer between 100x .vc and then Seeders. So at Seeders, what we try to do is a little bit of product is ready, or kind of very small traction in terms, I would not use the word traction, but some revenues or some product. We prefer to be maybe second check. And from there on, that's how we basically do. And our ticket size usually vary from $150,000 to $300,000.
Okay. Great to know that, Alkesh bhai, your journey, how you started and what triggered, and how the entire work got reinforced. And great to know that in 9 months, 10 companies investment. definitely. Some of them would be co-investment as well, but that's also important and required. With this, I now turn to Mehul Bhai. Mehul Bhai, you are in Surat, and I know last at least 5-6 years that the work that you have been doing in Surat. So you started with, in terms of the back-end support, formation of the company, helping them for the registration, then co-working space, as I mentioned. How was this idea in terms of, helping through the fund got formed, and what kind of supports that you are giving to the early startups?
So as you said, and I described before, like when we are having a chat in the breakout room, like earlier I was very conservative about investing into startups. So I particularly, if you talk about 2018 and 19, although I work with startups a lot, that when some of my clients would come to me to invest into startups, I would take it with a somewhat conservative view, because being a CA, I knew that ultimately it's a private limited company, and although the company may do very good with a very good growth traction, but as far as exits are concerned, it is somewhat difficult. So, but now what has, if you ask me what has changed in the last 2 years or maybe 1.5 years, then I would say 4 or 5 things. First being, as Alkesh mentioned, that people have started treating this as a separate asset class. So, when we talk about more risk and more return, we start with FD, then comes mutual fund, then comes equity, then comes maybe a future and options. And now people have started treating this as a separate asset class where there is real value, where you also get a kick, I would say, when you take a risk. And a lot of seasoned businessmen have come up to me in the last couple of years, where they wanted to make the first startup investments. So it has been a good journey, just to train them about what angel investment is, what are the risks, what are the different stages of startups. Another thing which has helped, people take risk and become the first time angel investors is a lot of innovation into deal structuring. So earlier when we say about exit, it was like IPO, secondary sale, but now I've seen good platforms, as Sanjay also mentioned, the use of ISEF nodes, which has reduced legal, the time involved into legal compliance is quite a lot. So I've seen a lot of innovation into CCDs and CCPS, good terms on discounting, floor cap. So all these things have helped, to get good exits. I would say the time frame between 2 rounds have reduced drastically if you see the last 1 year. So all these factors I think have helped a lot into to bring angel investment into the mainstream. And that is where I thought that if you really want to invest into startups, considering the risk, then this is the best time to do it. So IB as a company, I would say, is a very early company.
Can I add here?
Yeah, yes, Sanjay, sure, sir.
Yeah, many of the people assign risk with startups, and I just want to clarify on that. Is it okay, Ravin bhai?
Please go ahead. Welcome.
So this is the only asset class which I believe where you can influence an outcome. Now, let's say you invest into listed equity. What can you do over there? Price will go up and down. There's nothing where you can influence an outcome. You buy real estate, you can't influence an outcome. You are just waiting on the sidelines for the price to go up and down. There is nothing which you can do. Here in startup, you can actually work with the entrepreneur. You can build the company. You can help them grow the business. You can help them connect, open, scale the business, help them raise funding and influence an outcome. And there are statistics that if you are engaging across with startups very closely on need basis of the founder, you amplify your exit returns by at least 3 to 4x kind of stuff. This is the only asset class where you have, while people talk about saying that there is no information, there is no data, even in the listed equities, I find across so much discrepancies where you are not able to trust that data. And even the people talk about saying that, listed equities are all about fundamentals. With Jet Airways example, where there is no plane, there are no employees, there is nobody over there, the price is still getting quoted. it's all driven through emotions. So I mean, I'm a personal believer that if you want to really create wealth, the only way to do that is owning a piece of equity in a startup business, and that too in early stage.
Very, very well said, Sanjay bhai. And with that input, I would, so that the trick is in terms of the selection also fundamentally, in terms of the, so what is the process that you follow in terms of selecting the startups when you take them in the 100x.vc cohort, and, what are the key criteria specifically for the select?
So in fact, I used a slide over there in my earlier session, so not to repeat the same,
okay.
But I believe you can't pick winners. Picking winners is a myth, right? But you have to have a process, and there is a process of creating a portfolio. And in fact, if you look into my slides, I've given a template to create a portfolio, and I'm sure Shweta will circulate to all participants. But angel investing is not about embracing risk, right? It is about taking risk and bold bets with a process. And there is a standard process. You follow that, you will win across. You will have a winner in your portfolio. There is no doubt on it. But you cannot be buying lotteries, right? Many of them do 1 or 2 investment. Arey, ye to kuch liquidity nahi hai ek saal mein, and they go back. These are like tourist investor. You have to have a process of continuity, investing bets every year in various sectors, go through vintage of every year. So let's say last year was 2 years back, it's fintech, then edtech, various trends come in, you play the whole game, work across through next 5, 7, 10 years, you will definitely create wealth. Idea here is to create that portfolio which works for you. So Ravin bhai, if somebody is going to say that, I know कि ये deal में पैसा डालो 100x हो जाएगा, it's a wrong way of telling somebody.
Yeah.
Yes, you need to do your evaluation. And I've given a note that, check on market size, check on unfair advantage, what's the mode, check on, what's the business model, how to make money, check on the founder's strength. Then the biggest check which you need to do is your exit value. Minimum 100x looks at 20x kind of return. If an startup idea can't give me minimum of 20x return, I will not invest.
Very true. In fact, so it is not the tip of the running stock market. It is lot more involvement, in terms of the and also involvement at the entry stage, and also continuous support and engagement with the startup. I think that is very, very important.
Yeah, I'll also, Ravin bhai, I'd like to add to what Sanjay bhai said, because this is, I think, very, very critical for anyone and everyone who is actually jumping into angel investing space. As because a lot of investors come in and put into 1, 2, or 5 investments, right, in 1 year, and they tend to then say ki kuch dekhte hain, let us wait and see that returns come in, and then we invest, and they miss the first one. Number 2, I think the only strategy that works beyond all the evaluation and everything in angel stage investing is diversification. And when I say diversification, it is across startups, it is across domains as well, because we are talking about early stage again. So if you see portfolio of 100x VC, they don't say that I'm going to only invest in space tech, right, Sanjay bhai? So because Sanjay bhai also will believe in that, yes, trends change, things change, and we are at early stage. At early stage, we can't pick winners. What we can do is we can evaluate, we can put a process into a process through which we can kind of look. It's a game of predictability and guesses. No doubt about it. And with your experience of over the years when you have been working, you have to vet founders, you have to vet business model and the market size. There are 3 core things that we look at Seedrs is that we need to have great founders, and then we have to have business model of tomorrow. That's what we say at Seedrs. So whatever we are investing in has to be the model of tomorrow, because it is not about the reality of yesterday. It is about the possibility of tomorrow. That's where we invest in. And when you say it is model of tomorrow, you cannot be sure about its success, right? But you have to take your calculated bet. And third, which is really, really important, is on exit side, we see 2 things. that yes, we see unit economics, not today, but maybe at later stage of the business. There is a kind of some visible unit economics and the exit probability. And I again believe in, so it is coincidence we have never spoke. So Sanjay Bhai and us, so we also take 20x as a minimum probability. If we don't see 20x minimum, we don't go with that deal.
So just to simplify in 3 sentences, right, Ravin bhai, your question. So first is, whenever we see a pitch, first thing what we look at, is there money to be made? Isme paisa banega ya nahi banega? As simple as that. Second is, are these people who can make me money? Right. Third is, how much money I can make? ये 3 में tick box होना चाहिए. Is there money to be made? Are these people who can make me money? How much money I can make? If I get 3 answers, yes, you go ahead. As simple as that.
Very good. I think very well summarized. And I was about to ask Alkesh about his investment thesis, but he himself, mentioned that. So now I turn to Mehul bhai. Mehul, when you work with the startups there, and you worked right from their foundation registration level, and as you formed Ivy Growth, now from a support perspective, you were also talking about the work that you have done from a taxation side, and from the angel tax, etc. You have written a book on that. How would you train or sensitize the startups in terms of the commercial aspects and the taxation aspects? And if you can just give 1 or 2 examples, that will be great.
So ultimately, see, startups are also private limited companies, and for the government, it becomes very difficult to draw a line of demarcation from the governance point of view, that who are startups and who are not startups. So I would really like to applaud the Startup India scheme, which could at least draw some sort of innovation word ko jo importance diya hai, and they have tried to give a certificate to everyone to bring them under the definition of startups. So from the income tax point of view, it becomes very easy, because earlier, quite a lot of times, I would say, being a tax litigator, a lot of times private limited companies have been used to convert unaccounted money into accounted money through the use of shell companies. So एक जो common thing है startups में और ऐसी companies में वो try to use this mechanism is the shares are issued at a premium. Because when my same cash money is coming through the layers of shell companies back into my company as a normal traditional business, the shares are issued at a premium. The same things happen with startups. So I'm handling some, say, 150 cases where the premium money is taxed by the government, and this present government, as they are very much against unaccounted black money, so they have brought a new rule in way back in 2012 that any amount which is issued at a premium would be deemed taxation. You can say as a gift maybe. So it was very much important to distinguish startups from the normal private limited companies. So that is where the angel tax exemption comes into play, which is under the Startup India scheme. Although there is another route where you can take valuation report from merchant bankers, but practically being a CA, I can say कि merchant banker का report लेने के बाद भी the income tax officer generally would not believe the merchant banker's report, because they are based on projections, and the projections might not match with the actuals in future. So I would always recommend startups, when they are approaching the investors for angel investment, they should go for angel tax exemption. And apart from that, there is a 3 years tax holiday, which is again up the probabilities around, I would say, 0.7%. Around 60,000 startups have been recognized, and only 400 startups have got the tax exemption. We have represented to the government a lot of times to increase these numbers, but I believe they are also dicey, considering the fact that when in the past also this has been misused when there were a few other schemes. So, but at the same time, having said that, in Surat, I've applied for many startups, and we have got, at least as far as Surat, Baroda, Ahmedabad is concerned, we have got a tax exemption for a lot of startups. So I think startups should apply for that for sure. Coming to the Sanjay sir's part about the outcome of influence, I would like to say when we started Ivy, as I said, a very young company, just 3 months back we started. And one of the very first mandate which we took was Baby Burp, because it was a company which was formed under my guidance, and then the founders hustled and they got the first check from 100x VC. And then when it was a second round, within 2 hours we conducted a pitch event, and within 2 hours we could raise the 2 times the amount asked by them. And one of the reason was it was backed by 100x VC. So that I would say the outcome पे जो influence है, that is like it plays one of the factor which helped that outcome. So
great to hear that. I didn't know Bebe Burp was you also funded on it. Thank you.
Okay, so this is the last round of the questions, and Sanjay bhai, I would like to hear from you. What is your message for the startups who are listening to you here, and what is the message for the angel investors? If you can just tell us.
So for the startups, I would say one is have a North Star, which means have a clear-cut direction in terms of where you want to be. You may change the routes, but your final North Star has to be there. What's your North Star? Just work on that. Second is always focus on zero cash date, which means when are you going to run out of money? What's your runway? Zero cash date is very, very important. And lastly, is always focus on investor relations continuously. That's going to be 3 things which I would leave across for startups, for entrepreneurs. And for angel investors, I would say across, take a long-term vision, like any venture fund, which is for 7 to 10 years. This is great opportunity to create wealth. Go all out, take exposures in startups, and this is by 2030. I can assure you, people who are participating in this asset class and with a long-term view will see at least their wealth grow by 100x. I can assure you, we are at a moment which is unprecedented. The kind of opportunities are unparalleled. So I would welcome all of them to join this journey of investing and build companies for India, in India. By the way, 100x invest only right now in Indian startups. We don't do outside investment.
Very great to know that, Sanjay bhai. Thank you for all this, the summary of your wisdom. Alkesh bhai, now I would like to understand from you. You mentioned about some 4 exits, and so if you can just share your notable startups and as an example, both on the upside and the downside, if there is any, in your 10 years journey, and what are the learnings for the investors, angel investors from this experience, in 2 to 3 minutes maybe.
Sorry. So let me start with downside. So with angel investing, downsides is always more. But as Sanjay bhai said, we have to look forward to moonshot. So the couple of notable startups in my portfolio on upside is Cropin, which gave us around 72x in return. So Plivo is still we're looking to exit, so which will be even bigger than Cropin we expect. We have Healthify Me, we have Chingari, we have Agnicool, and Trell, we have Trell. So couple of probable unicorns I can see in portfolio as well. So the way they are building up. And look, again, as an angel investor, I'll not like to discuss too much on downside, because at the end of the day, what really matters is that 20 companies out of 200, that gives me that return, which basically outfox any returns from any other kind of asset class. And that's what is clearly visible in my portfolio. So, and now from here on, we are looking to invest around in 24 companies annually. So just before I go a little beyond, so Sanjay bhai shared a few of the pointers on what he looks into on his suggestions to investors, right? So I like to add something there. So I see a lot of first-time angel investors are coming into the system, right? And that's what I will see. It is very important with long-term vision to allocate a particular percentage of your total investment, or maybe make a kitty because then only you can stick long term. That's what have been my learning, because if you go ad hoc, you stop doing that. So I think let's make a kitty which can be divided across 3 to 4 years annually, and keep doing it on a regular basis. One. Number two, at start with, there's a kind of syndrome where you're always confused. You find every startup to be great, and you find every startup you try to find every winner, like every startup to be a winner, but you end up looking at every startup to be a super failure because they're not making profits, blah blah blah. So collaborate with other investors. Like I invest in 100x startups from 100x VCs. There are a few other who invest along my side as well. So whoever have been into the trade for years, try to collaborate with them and try to build your portfolio along their side. And that's where, as an angel investor, you have to figure out the right people with the skin in the game. Like at Seedrs, so on our thesis side, what we do, we have 5 partners. Even though when we syndicate deals, the first principle is that all 5 have to put in our money first. If we can believe in a deal and we are putting our money, then only we make that deal public for our co-investors. So and this is where I think, and we call it skin in the game. So that becomes very important. The similar model is, and this was inspired by 100x actually, because they have their first skin in the game. And so you have to have, there are many 100x, there are many seeders in the market. Go find out yours, whom you can trust upon, and collaborate with them to build your portfolio.
Yeah, great to know.
Across, Ravin bhai, typically, people, angel investors are worried, अरे मेरा पैसा लेके भाग जाएगा, entrepreneur हमारे पास कुछ नहीं है, वो पैसा निकाल लिया तो क्या? Please understand, entrepreneurs are putting their career on the line, right? And I have not seen rogue entrepreneur. Typically, it is the idea which fails. It is not the entrepreneur which fails. I've actually backed the same entrepreneur second time after losing money, because I believe that the entrepreneur was good. It's just the idea which failed. So just leaving across saying that in India, people don't trust other people with money, right? Saying that, and they think like giving a loan. Arey wapis kabhi dega paisa. I mean, this is equity, right? This is not a loan which you have given somebody. So just to make things clear.
No, absolutely. I think that trust factor, I think with this, the younger generation coming in also in terms of the decision making, in terms of the family offices, etc. I see a sea change in terms of the approach of the money moving into the startup space, and I hope that will continue now, and it also spread. And now finally I come to you.
Ravin bhai, sorry to interrupt. I have a question on behalf of the people watching this panel discussion.
Sure.
That to all the panelists, that what do you think that how the startups would play an important role in getting our economy to 5 trillion, which our PM Narendra Bhai Modi's dream is? What do you think? I would like to have your views on that.
As simple as that. Any statistics which you can see across today, globally in any country, all the new jobs are created by startups, not by traditional industries. And by a margin, most of the traditional industries are shrinking jobs. It's all about the new economy, which is going to generate jobs. Everything, if you look into it, it's all going to change across as time goes by, and the new economy will take over. And that's the only place where jobs will get created. And you can check back any data, any numbers. It's always this small companies with small businesses with big ambitions have created the change.
Thank you, Sanjay bhai. Now I'd like to have views of Alkesh and Mehul also.
So I second again Sanjay bhai's answer, because at the end of the day, if you see last year, India has seen 44 unicorns. If you see in terms of valuation, traditional companies, the growth in valuation vis-a-vis the valuation growth in terms of the this new generation companies. And this is not new, to be very honest. If you see, you go back in time. So there was a time when industrialization came in and it disrupted everything. And that was the reason for the next growth. And it is clearly visible that in next 10 years, 2030, we'll see this Web3 and this startups, because at the speed of growth has changed. We have to understand the time to reach to your prospects. Initially, let's say it was 20 years for a company to create an impact globally. Now you can do, if you can put some money across and put the right team across, you can do that in, let's say, 12 months. So that is a difference, and that's where the growth will come from. So you will see the companies which was having let's say 20 years of growth will cover the same distance in 12 months, and that speed has been enabled by tech and digitization, and we are sure to see that these startups using technology, digitization, and fresh mind, they're not carrying the legacy of that this will work and this will not work, because they start with what can work tomorrow. And I think that will drive that 5 trillion, and that will be the major contributor, I must say, to this 5 trillion vision.
Yeah. So to add to that, I can even say that there is also a different perspective wherein I can say that there are some investors who would say want to finance a e-mobility startup by just being satisfied by financing their two-wheeler or three-wheeler and get the IRR of say 20% or 18% which they offer. So even when I look at it from those investors' point of view, who doesn't want to take risk, what they are backing on is कि यार ये कंपनी Zippy है तो इनको तो इतने करोड़ का फंडिंग मिला है तो वो थोड़ी डिफॉल्ट करेंगे रेंट पे करने में. So even people who wants a fixed return, they are also banking on the angel investment made into that company when it comes to their returns. So that also gives a perspective that how democratized angel investment has become. And as Alkesh and Sanjay Bhai mentioned, the numbers speak now. We have a lot of infographics floating up about the number of unicorns, about the total VC investment made in India. I think in Q3 it has more than doubled, and I'm sure much of the investment would not even be captured there because there are first-time investors who have done in a very traditional manner investment into startups. So still it is 14.4 billion compared to the 6.7 billion in Q2 of 2021. So I think numbers speak the game.
Okay, so last question to you, Mehul Bhai, is in terms of your plans, because there are a lot of startups who are watching this discussion, and you are the closest amongst all the three participants here. Of course, Sanjay Bhai is not far away in Mumbai, but from Surat, now how you plan to expand your startup funding, and how we are planning to expand your investor base? If you can just share in a couple of minutes, and then we close this because we have touched our time.
So when we formed Ivy, we projected initially it is a kind of educational institute where you start with how we train everyone what angel investment is. So it's a conglomerate where we take mandates from startups, where we form venture partners. But when I say we form venture partners, we understand the thesis of the investor, what sectors they want to invest in, what conviction they have as far as the sector is concerned. And then we say that you become a stakeholder in Ivy. We give 1% to each venture partners. At the same time, we handle the investment banking part of the funds which they allocate. So if someone wants to have an outlook of investing 1 CR in the next 1 year, we say that you become part of Ivy Growth, where we give you 1% stake for 10 lakhs. At the same time, we manage your 90 lakhs where you have the last say. But as far as research is concerned, as far as getting in touch with the founders is concerned, we will help you out to scout these startups.
And what kind of geographic spread that you have in mind in terms of your?
In the last 3 months, one of the another co-founding member of Ivy, Pratik Toshniwal, I would say, he has held roadshows training about startups as well as angel investment in Guwahati. So he was on a tour, 7 days tour in Guwahati, 7 days tour in Delhi, and now he's going to Nagpur. So particularly we're trying to cover tier 2 cities and trying to educate them about this new asset class, and at the same time forming new venture partners in Ivy Growth.
Okay.
So we have done around, I think, more than 11 investments in the last 3 months, and have done more than 6 mandates where we have helped these startups to raise a full round of funding through our network of angel investors.
Okay, so that's great to know that, as your company as young as yours, and we have the entire spectrum. We have Alkesh, who has 10 years journey and also founded Cedars, and we have veteran Sanjay Bhai Mehta. It is great to have all three of you, and it's clearly points that now the beyond the angel investment as an asset class for individuals, as an institutional early backers also, things are spreading fast, and I think hopefully as everybody has echoed the sentiment in terms of the angel investment as to be the investment asset class of the decade. I think we all together will make it reach the higher heights. With that note, Sanjay bhai, really appreciate your time, and Alkesh bhai and Mehul bhai to join us. TiE Vadodara is kind of a startup because it's less than 1 year, and then we at a very short notice we got this opportunity, to connect with the government of Gujarat, and they said that okay, can you do something for in terms of. So this is our first ever attempt, and as the youngest TiE chapter in the TiE family, that we could pull this through. And of course, we still have tomorrow for centric on the incubation. Today it was investment. So I think with investment and incubation both coming together, back to back, I think we will lay a very strong foundation, and we plan to take this event further in terms of the heights. It's also my humble request to all of you and others in your network to visit the showcase. This is the first ever show put up by us. It's a virtual showcase, 24/7 open. There are categories like early stage with revenue, late stage with growth, and also POC, proto. So there are various categories, and also in the dome. So, and this is 24/7. So at your convenience, in next 1 or 2 days, if you can just visit that, and if you have any suggestions, because I think it has been very well structured and done, and all the components of a good, great virtual showcase are there. If you have any suggestions, we'll be happy to as well. And please spread this word in your network so that the startup ecosystem gets strengthened overall. With this note, I thank you very much all of you again for devoting your time and supporting us.
Thank you, Ravin bhai. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maulik bhai, and
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Maulik bhai. Thank you, Ravin bhai.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks everyone for joining. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Shweta, you are helping me with the room, or should I?
Yeah.
A very good evening, Vinayji. Can I please have your camera on?
Am I audible?
Are we live? Okay. Very warm welcome to all our audiences joining from various countries, all the startups who are joining us. We're very, very thankful to the Government of India, Government of Gujarat, the Vibrant team, the Vibrant Gujarat team, to have given us this opportunity to run in the pre-Vibrant virtual startup showcase, which is live since 5th of January to 12th of January. And we are running in today on our investment focus today. We've had many conversations today with our investors, and we have yet another one to come. And your wait is ending out here because we are being joined up by Mr. Vinayak Nath, who's a technocrat, serial entrepreneur, angel investor, and a TEDx speaker. It is definitely going to be a delight listening to him. With more than about 20 years of proven experience, he is an MBA, NLP master practitioner, balanced scorecard expert, and extended DISC psychometric assessor, and expert for startup ecosystem on several national televisions, including Network 18, Zee Business, ET Now, Zee Hindustan Times, Times Now, and several education institutes that we look up to, like IITs, IIMs, IIITs, to name a few. He is the managing partner at Venture Catalyst, which also happens to be one of the ecosystem partners for Shark Tank India, which is one of the most looked forward programs these days for the startups. We welcome you, Vinayak ji, on our show. We've been joined by many investors today, and you are a feather in our cap today. We are really looking forward to listening to you. Over to you, Vinayak ji.
Thank you for having me. I hope I'm audible. Is it audible enough voice? Can you hear me?
Okay, I can hear you.
Yeah, okay. So thank you for having me, and it's a wonderful delight to see Vibrant Gujarat yet being not just remaining vibrant enough at the stage of offline, but also becoming online vibrant, which is the most important norm of the day, and we need to all come into that. And the best part is, as a charter member, I've always loved to see that TiE becomes the forehead of all these activities when it comes to becoming the one person or the organization which does it for the first time. We usually see that in the government organizations that we also are representing at, and a member of few of them, that we are trying to evolve as digital, and TiE is one of the classic examples we always state has becoming a reason of us to follow on to, even in the government systems, how to be the best at what we do. Having said that, I was given a challenge of how to make the topic of angel investment interesting. And recently, of late, what we have seen is that after 84 unicorns, what India has now in the box, and just 42 in the last year itself, which means we have doubled our number of unicorns. Nobody saw that coming. But back 2017, the first interview which I gave back in India to Zee Business was that India is going to become the startup capital of the world. And Tier 2 cities like Lucknow will become the most important, or Vadodara or Ahmedabad will become the most important buzz points of the city, because where you have talent, knowledge and intelligence, but you don't have the costs along with it. And incidentally, this is what has come to, and we found an excellent startup in the place called Beardo, and we invested in them in 2018. So they 2017, and they are a classic case study of how a Tier 2 company, if with all heart and brains, can develop into what they have become today. Another company example, IGP.com from Lucknow. They are one of the top gifting portals in the world with a revenue of almost 400 crores. So they are valued at around 2,000 crores as a company. So what they have been developing, or what Beardo have been developing, is because of the reason that they were from Tier 2 cities. Incidentally, around 30% of investors are also today from Tier 2 cities. And this is where we as an organization at Venture Catalyst, 9 Unicorns and Beam Fund try to create an ecosystem which is democratized, wherein all the people which have the funds but do not have the large boxes of 25, 30 and 50 lakhs to invest, but can invest a 5, 6 or 10 lakh rupee, can also be a part bandwagon of the success stories of these startups. And this is where the whole concept of how to connect the right audience. And who's the right audience? Somebody who would like to transfer intelligence, transfer knowledge, as well as also input money, so that they can take this startup A, B or C to the next stage of learning, success and growth, and also handhold them even after they have been taken out from their investment cycle but are now with bigger, larger investments. Maybe a classic example again, Beardo was acquired by Maricovala and today is a part of the group. Even then, we have a lot of us which are still investing intelligence and knowledge with them, and which is helping them groom to the next stage. Our group president, Dr. Apurva Sharma, is the board advisor to Beardo, and he has been handholding them for the next round. Before they became a unicorn, the success story is not that much of discussed and known to people. Whereas in this case, a company like Find or a company like PSafe or a company like BharatPe, which we did the exit last year at 80x, which is one of the India's largest exit at 80x, or a company like Lenskart. These organizations, when we were developing or building on as mentors, as investors, everybody had one question in mind: why this startup? One, and how do you select a startup? Two, as the investor side and as a startup side, why and what should I do that I also being selected, and why am I not being selected before to mentor so that I become better to get funded? We as a philosophy always invest in a startup and then mentor them, because after the money is riding on you, the knowledge transfer, the knowledge share has to be even more intriguing as well as participating, because here real-time money of others are also involved and they would like to see the growth path. Not just the networking share that I know so and so person and you can buy an out and go to this place and build more businesses, but also don't structure your business like this. And don't build the classic examples like this, stuff like that. Another example, Oyo. When we invested in Oyo, we were the first investors back in 2012 at another escalator called Venture Nursery. And before Venture Catalyst happened to us, we handholded not just the investors or the founder, but also the operations structure of the company. A lot of our investors helped in structuring the operations of the company. So that is where a good angel investor may not be putting too much of money, but also be putting knowledge. So all those people who are part of our session today, I welcome you the knowledge of how to become a person of resource. It can be money or it can be knowledge. It can be both. Money can give you a return of money. Knowledge can also give you a return of money in certain form and factors. Example, one of our angel investors started his journey with around 4 or 5 presentations with us and was not ready to invest in anybody. Then he suddenly saw a startup coming from medtech space and he said, I know this in space and I can help them groom better. We offered him a 60 lakh rupee worth of equity for free. Why? Because he can give them a knowledge transfer worth of 600 crores according to us. That company today is doing a revenue of around 400 crores. That time it was doing a revenue of 6 crores. In this 5 years, from 6 crores to 400 crores, mentors like him have helped in growing that company. Of course, his equity has grown, he's started investing in other startups and he got the flair of, okay, this is where the system works, this is how the knowledge works, and this is why the transfer of information knowledge as well as experience is equally important as just giving the money is not important. And that is a good angel investor's first strategy, that they should know that I know the trade or the subject or the startup space and they should start investing in them, but they should never invest only in them. They should diversify their portfolio from first 3 to 6 months of timeline. I have a presentation probably shared with you. If we can go through that, it will become more structured for us, for all of us to remember that.
Sure. Can we have the presentation, please?
I'll quickly run through that. This is a very deep tech.
Yes, ma'am.
It's a 3-hour session.
I understand. Yeah, it's a masterclass, but we don't have that kind of time. So, just I would not want to disturb you in between, Vinayakji. Just for the matter, within the range of your talk, if you can also, share information to our startups, because a lot of them are like budding startups at an early stage, and these people do feel that sometimes, it's risk to give it over, or to take funding, and there's going to be a lot of takeover and a lot of interference, when it comes to the funding part, when it comes to the important decisions of manufacturing or, those parts. This is something that I've been hearing from very early stage, but very young entrepreneurs, who feel it's risky to, share that space.
Very classic example of this. One of our marquee investors, along with also investor at Venture Catalyst as a company, is Kamalji Agarwal, the owner of Haldiram's.
Correct.
He is going to give you some gyan on how you should manufacture. I pretty well will take it. So it is also equally important that all the startups need to understand, learn, and appreciate that the person who is going to give you the gyan is that knowledge transfer person also a proven efficacy of that same knowledge. If yes, please take that gyan, don't give your gyan. You have not proven it yet. Period. Because he's giving money as well as gyan both. Which is great. Because it's like that you have your own uncle or your father or somebody as a father figure who is now putting his money. It's just like family. So if your father or your uncle who has been in that business for years or generations is telling you that better don't do this or better do that because you know this business better than him, then you should take that. But if I am a person who is a technocrat, if I start giving knowledge on something like how to manufacture a silicon tape, I have no clues of it. Then I should not be the right person to talk about it. I can only be a right person in that case. Okay, your silicon tape sells for X rupees and there's a Y market, and between these X and Y, what should be the polarity of scale of selling it, the financial structure of it, probably then I'm the right person to talk about it. Beyond that, I should not be talking about it. So here's again the second part. I may not be the subject matter owner of the business operations, but might be the knowledge owner of financial structures, maybe the owner of investor relations. So whatever that person has proven efficacy, should take that. Why? Because that person is not giving you interest for you being a good person or a bad person or a great startup. He is doing it because he is involved in you. Maybe with money, maybe with passion, either or.
Of course. So involvement is definitely a great thing, right? I think that comes as a package along with the money, and that's what everybody should look forward to.
I'll give an example of a company called India SS. They're in travel and tourism. They are the startup showcase of Startup India. They're on their Government of India's website. Among 55,000 startups, they became the first startup to, they came in as the top startup. Now here's a point. I'm mentoring them for certain stages of businesses. That doesn't mean I'm going to mentor them for travel assist or for tourism, but for everything else, for even operations or even for mentoring of business financial knowledge, even for structuring the employee structure, making an organogram, making a critical resource mapping, doing a succession planning. I'm helping them with that part. I have a proven efficacy, so I can do that. If they tell me that this is how tourism industry works and this is what you have to do. After 22 years of working as a person, you know a few things to, of course, tell something about it. But as 22 years of travel tourism industry person will know much more than I would know. From a general person, I will know much more because of the reason of being an investor. I've been listening to these startups. I've been grooming and understanding the sector as an agnostic person. But said that, all the startups, whenever they tell you that we are scared of getting an interference of gyan, tell them that take a gyan from a person who is putting money in you and has proven efficacy of what business he has done.
And expertise into it. Absolutely. I agree.
He can handhold you to the next stage of success also.
Absolutely. I think that's most important, more than the money, I think. Yeah, exactly. I agree.
Not
over to you, Vinayji. Please take us through.
Not there. Then don't take the other two, because if he's giving you gyan because he has
I agree.
He can take you to the next stage, and you as a startup founder have understood that he can handhold me to the next stage.
Absolutely.
So end of the day, it is your own car that you are driving, so you have to know where you have to drive to. But you can always choose a navigator while the journey is going through, that okay, Mr. So-and-so or Miss So-and-so knows from this point A to point B, how do I route my plan so that I reach the spot where I have to reach. It's just exactly the same. I've never been to Vadodara in my life. If for the first time I'm coming to the city, I'll ask somebody as a local person to guide me. Probably you might guide me to a local places or places which I've never been to. So in that city, you are my mentor for best places to be there in the least possible time. So that for me was a business success, that I had to be in 5 places in one day, and probably Shwetaji could have guided me all those 5 places in the least possible time. So that's my mentor. For the next year, it can be somebody else. So similarly, it's the same journey here.
Definitely. Take us through, Vinayji, please. Yeah.
Coming to the Angel Masterclass, we'll not go through a masterclass, we'll go through our next 15 minutes of maybe a journey of how this intriguing space has been. 5 years down the line, you will see that India will become in the top position in the world, as I see it today. As of now, 16 January, when Honorable Prime Minister opened up this whole program of startup investment in the country, people thought that whether this will become a success or not. Incidentally, I'll share you an interesting fact. 16 January in the morning, then Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis ji, was at our office. We spent almost 4 hours and inaugurated angel investment in India at Venture Catalyst as a company we launched. The same day, the startup program of India government was launched. This was not planned, it just happened coincidentally. From 2016 to 2022, this is a 6-year journey. In 6 years, where are we today? To start with, we are world's second largest angel investment early stage place of the world, as per the Crunchbase Trascan report, both reports. From that, going back to the same journey, people asked 2 questions. There are too many players in the market, how will you change this? And why you think a tier 2 or a tier 3 town will actually contribute to this kind of a game? Today, 30% of our investments, angel investors, more than 5,000 of them come out from 2 and 3 tier cities. Almost 15% of startups out of almost 500 invested come out from these cities. So the gold mine has been tier 2 and tier 3 cities, which was untapped. Now coming to the point, can we go to the next slide? The democratizing of startup is what we did at Venture Catalyst, and that's how from a 50 lakh rupee ticket now down to a 5 lakh rupee ticket is what you can be participating as an angel investor in a startup. We are the first integrated incubator in the country, where incubation, angel network, accelerator fund and corporate programs come in together, coincide together and build a success for a startup. Over the next slides, we'll discuss all these points quickly to understand what these are and how they help in a good angel investment portfolio management. Next, please. So this year alone, 2021, we invested 641 crores in 207 startups, and we are now the world's second biggest. Y Combinator is the biggest, of course, and they've been there for more than 2 decades. We are here only for 6 years. So that way we are gaining grounds quickly. All the other players globally, we are 2 times or 3 times them as of today in the business itself. Next slide, please. And this is as a structure of things that we have at our portfolio. There is something new added to the Beam Fund, which I have skipped purposefully in this because that is upcoming fund. We'll start more of details in the next few days on that. So we have a 9 unicorn SEBI recognized registered fund, which is India's largest accelerator of $100 million fund. And here also we have created a history of benchmark. We have invested in 101 startups since we have built the fund. And we are planning to invest in another 100 this year. Incubate Hub is India's largest incubator series. They have more than 20,000 startups in the loop, more than 150 incubators across the country. And we also have family office and a growth accelerator and a CXO angel founder network, which collide together with all these activities to build Venture Catalyst's portfolio of investors when we invest in a startup. Next slide, please. Next slide. I'll just quickly go through this. We've already talked about it. Can you go to the next one, please? Who is an angel investor? Let's talk about that. We all know the basics of being an angel investor. Provides a startup money towards a convertible debt or ownership of equity, and provides insights and mentorship to founders. The purpose is very simple. They would like to create money for themselves by investing in a startup, and for the startup by creating a success in multifold. So what is a complex version? Let's go to the complex version. Is a person individual or a company? Okay, now you can also be an institutional angel investor, which means that if you own a company outright, you have the majority stakes or have a family control over the company. You can also invest as a company, which puts angel funds to satisfy the following things. An angel investor whose net worth is more than 2 crore rupees, apart from his own residence. So wherever you stay, that is not counted in this. Apart from all of that, if you have more than 2 crore worth of assets, or you have an ITR of above 25 lakh rupees, you have an experience of a serial entrepreneur, and you or have a experience of being a senior management professional more than 10 years, you qualify as a angel investor. A corporate body should be more than 10 crores in the revenue of work of things. What do we mean by that? Your turnover should be more than that. An AIF or an alternate investment fund can also be a similar thing. Best example of a AIF, non-unicorn funds, is a angel alternate investment fund where we invest in startups in seed stage. Let's go to the next one. Before I touch upon this, there is something which people quite often ask: what is a seed stage, growth stage, early stage, pre-series, series A, bridge round? What are these? On a very quick note, seed stage, when you are germinating the idea and putting that idea in the ground, you have created everything, you have created the industrial prototype or the app or the software, but now you're ready to go, not to the market, but to the operations and building these things up. You have structured them on your laptop, on your systems, on your mind and things. Then it is seed stage. Early stage, when you have developed all these ideas, you are now growing on the stage of sales and business, and you are on the stage of going into the market. Then it is early stage. When you have already entered the market and you're now trying to expand to multi-cities or multi-country operations, then this is growth stage. And from here on, there is another round called bridge round. So what is that? In a simple matter of English, from a seed stage to a growth stage, in between that, or probably from a seed stage to a early stage, in between that, you might think that I am today worth 10 rupees and I am actually going to be worth 1000 rupees when I'll reach this stage, which is called the early stage. But as of today, from 10 rupees, I've gone to 140, 150 rupees and yet not reached the space of where I wanted to be here. So I wanted to reach 1000 rupees. From 10, I have reached to 150 rupees, but I need still more funds to reach 2000 so that I can do my early stage round. So this round becomes the bridge round, wherein you only do the bridging of this gap which was required. Series A, again, is a round wherein you go to a larger scale of operations, and henceforth B, C, D. Pre-series A is exactly similar to a bridge round, and henceforth it is called a pre-series A. So coming back again to the slide, what is angel funds? So as per the SEBI AIF regulations, angel funds are a subcategory of venture capital funds under the category A of or category 1 of angel investments, alternate investment fund. These are to encourage the entrepreneurs in the country by financing the smaller startups at the stage wherein the startups find it difficult to find the funds in the market at the probably stage of a seed or the origination or the thought generation. Angel funds are the best way to raise funds when you are not completely ready to go to an institutional VC fund with all the documents and papers and structures and the caliber to expand to a larger horizon. And which is why it's always required for a good startup or a good angel investor to be first an angel investor, learn the market, learn the business, learn the understanding of the ecosystem of how a good investment strategy should be, and work on it. Having said that, there is one thing very important, that there is a recognition by DPIIT given to startups in a prescribed limitation of investment amount. That is what we have to follow as the legality of the investments. See, in a venture capital fund, they don't need to do so. In a turnover part of things, anything which is less than 100 crores can be in the angel fund. Venture capital fund don't need to do that. Important part, angel investors who can be a part of a venture capital fund. Anybody who can buy equity at the ticket size, what the VC capital fund is putting in the money, can be a part of that. Usually the ticket sizes will be 1 crore and above per person. And in angel investment, it is definition as per the SEBI, which we were discussing earlier. In an angel fund, the minimum investment is 25 lakh rupees in 5 years. And in venture capital fund, of course, that's a very different thing. It's not 5 years, it's a formula based on what the fund is requiring the money for. Registration fees, again, is from the government side, depends on fund to fund, and minimum being 2 lakh to sky's the limit. Can we go to the next slide, please? A typical angel fund structure, I'll skip this because this will go into too much of a deep class. Let's go to the next one. Next one. See, this was the glorified startup ecosystem of India earlier. Mumbai, Delhi NCR, Pune, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, and Chennai. Next slide, please. As of today, we have 70 offices pan-India. Angel investment has changed in the last 6 years. This is where we are now developed. Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, as I was already saying, is 30% of it. Ahmedabad is one of the biggest cities we have seen from Gujarat as a region, not just because of it being around IIM Ahmedabad as a campus and have the knowledge transfer and good startups like BFO coming out of it. It is because of the general sense of business is much more aware in the people and they are able to connect. And so is the reason of Surat that we have found a lot of investors from that city. A good angel investor will always diversify in his investments around 10 to 12 in 1 year. Ticket size being 5 lakh to 10 lakh. A very good angel investor will do that up to 25 to 30. Why I say very good and good? Because the ticket size has also increased. But also the knowledge of understanding the different diversifications have increased. That's why very good. Not just the money input. How do I start? Where do I start? How much do I put in to start? Here's a very simple statement to that. A minimum of 5 to 6 lakh rupees per startup. I should at least have 5 to 6 startups every year in my portfolio to be a basic general startup investor, which will give me a decent portfolio in next 3 years. A good investment return usually in a startup space in angel investment comes in 3 years time, which means you will have around 15 to 20 startups in your portfolio, which was required to be a very good investor in the first year itself. So by that time, in 3 years, you will become from a early knowledge angel investor to a very good investor because your startups will now start also giving you exit. So on an average, a startup exits in India at around 45 to 48 months in the exit space. Last year, we had at Venture Catalyst Group 62 exits with an average of less than 30 months, which is better than the average in the country. How do we do that? Simple reason that when we invest in them, then we handhold them to the knowledge transfer, which is very important that whenever you are investing in a startup, be very sure of that. Do you understand the subject area that they are into, or do you have people where you know that they will be able to have the knowledge to understand the system? Example, you are investing in a startup A and they are in a space of deep tech in space. Maybe they are launching satellites. You don't know that space, but you have a couple of friends or known people who are investing in them, who are a subject matter expert of the space, of space knowledge and this technology, and you know that they will be able to take to the startup next level. Then you should invest in that. Or you are in textile industry. You understand textile business, and there is a person who walks up to you and says, I am a textile app company and I'm building this is how I'm building it. Now you understand the subject. Do you see there is a logical to what he is saying? There is a sense to it. Even then, don't start investing directly. Put in a couple of friends, put in a couple of angel investors you can figure out people who are already angel investors in your system, or reach out to funds like us, like Venture Catalyst, and ask them to collaborate with you. That will also help you marginalize the risk. Whether it is funds like us in Venture Catalyst, or whether it is your own friends circle, so that you have a larger knowledge pool while you are investing in them. Knowledge is going to be the paramount importance, not the money, when you are investing in a startup. Next slide, please. There are two types of startup, a scalable startup and a lifestyle startup. A fast growing organization which is disruptive and has a knowledge of a product which is in an untapped space or is in a black hole space, when a lot of people knew that this is a challenge but nobody has worked on it, is a scalable startup. A lifestyle startup usually is a steady in growth and is without any disruption in the space. A classic example, opening a petrol pump would be a lifestyle business. Opening a app related business would be a scalable startup. Next slide, please. How do we evaluate a startup? We see if the founders are mentorable. Is the startup having a disruption? Is there a market which is big enough for this startup to grow more? What is the unit economics? What is the profit margins that we have? Do they have a good product fit? And how asset light they are and how capital light they are? And how much of a scalability can we grow into? What do we mean by mentorable founders? Oh, they have a humility to learn new, because we might know something which they not be aware of, or our other investors might be aware of. And they, as earlier Shweta said, a lot of people feel that challenge, that they will be questioned with gyan and knowledge and sense. Will that be a challenge to them? If not, That's the good startup to invest in. Next slide, please. Next one. I'll quickly wrap up in next 5 minutes, going with these kind of myths and structures and things. This is a very deep knowledge session, so I'll not go into this, but I'll just take up 1 or 2 examples so that you get to know what are the myths that we are going through. Next one. The right quantum of money. What is the right quantum of money to invest? Always remember the kind of exit that you're looking at, 3 months, 18 months, 20 months, 3 years, whatever that money is. Is this money that you're going to put into them and the money that they are going to make out of this business, is it going to be good enough for them to sustain that much of time that they are promising you exit of? If yes, this is the right time to be. Don't bankroll the company that you are going to give them everything and they are going to run the money on your entire funding. Then that's the wrong way of investing. Next one. Let's leave that. Next one. Pre-money and post-money valuation. We need to understand that a company might be worth today 100 rupees. Once we give them 20 rupees, they will not worth 120 rupees. They will be having a value of 120 rupees. But with the valuation of future that we have seen that 20 rupees in them and put value in them and put that 20 rupees in them. So example, a 100 rupee company might be seen as a 500 rupee company and we have put in 20 rupees at 500 rupee value. So that company will become a 120 rupee company which has a value of 500 rupees. That is all that it means when it comes to a pre-money and a post-money valuation, and the company is now valued at this much of whatever the crore of rupee is. Next one. There are some of these very regular investment modules that we use as formulas when we are investing in a startup. These are a few of the formulas used by financial experts to analyze the value of a startup. Next one. Next slide, please. Next one. Next. Let's go to the case study 2. Yes. So this is an example that I'm going to give. A lot of you can relate to that example. It's a case study of Beardo. Here's a brand which is promoting male grooming. This is what they are promoting as product. Next slide. This is what their revenues are. This is where the competitors are. This is how their margins are then. And brand ambassador was Sunil Shetty at that point of time. This is the valuation that they had arrived to. See, this is how we build a competitor analysis. Next one. We took a VC method. We did a valuation of them. They came a value of 120 crores. And with that VC method, and we planned an exit of around a 5 to 8x exit and a 180 crores exit. We had a focus of investment and associating a prominent FMCG key partner for them to grow quickly inorganically. Next slide. Let's stop at this one. We'll not do further sessions because this will go into more of deep masterclass. The most important part of here the case study of Beardo was that we found out that they are a good FMCG entrant, but we are not the subject matter experts. So we'll figure out somebody who is from that industry, and we incidentally found Marico Group, which came into them at a very early investment round with us, just 3 months from where we invested in them. And we did a 45x exit, not a 5 and 8x. Just because we mentored, handholded them on the right direction of knowledge, they were able to grow their business, and they had the right FMCG partner for knowledge transfer also, which took them after that our 45x exit took them today to almost like 150, 160x from where we had invested in them. So first and the last rule of investment, see if you have the knowledge to invest in that company as a subject knowledge of what the startup is into. If not, see others who are in that space and are putting in money, or ask somebody. For example, you ask me that there is a company in deep tech which is investing into XYZ knowledge space in AI and ML. Would you like to be a part of this round? They do this. I understand, and I would like to put in money. Then you can put in money on my knowledge, not because you trust my knowledge and you have seen me proven efficacy that I have made money on these kind of startups, and I'm ready to put in money on the new startup that you have suggested. So you can also put in money in there. So the last rule of investment is always get hand-holded for knowledge. So any of us who would like to be a part of maybe at a venture fund like a Venture Catalyst or any other funds in the market, or would like to be a part of something like a TiE Angel Fund, which is there again developed by TiE last year in 2020, do join these networks. That will give you a good reason to knowledge, understanding of how this angel investment network of knowledge works, and you will be able to identify right startups and be able to invest in them. always and always bet on the investor, not on just the idea. Idea is 10%, 90% is the an entrepreneur himself or herself. Shwetaji, that's it for now for this quick session. I hope I could.
Thank you so much, Vinayakji. I'm so sorry. It's such a delight to listen. I'm sure I'm no investor myself, but I'm sure all the investors listening to you had like a great time. Such great tips, really important parts, you highlighted. I think this really calls out for a masterclass, and we're definitely going to work with you for that in the coming time. I think TiE Vadodara on this live platform takes that from you. We're definitely going to run a masterclass that's required for our team and the ecosystem that we're building for the startups of Baroda and Gujarat overall. It was a delight listening to you, Vinayakji. Thank you so much for hand-holding us into this session and giving all your energy and output and knowledge. We really look forward to more such sessions, and I'm sure a lot of our investors would want to connect with you, and it's a great idea to.
He has my email ID. You can
Absolutely.
Any questions that they have from this session, or because of this session has intrigued in them, they can always write.
Definitely. I was just going to ask that there is no time for interaction here right now. We are heading straight away into the next session, which is pitches for our startups. So I'm going to take those questions and inquiries, and I'm going to straight away pull it to your email ID.
Sure.
And we hope that we connect for future references. Thank you so much for that. Thanks so much.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Welcome everyone to the pitching session of the Virtual Startup Showcase 2022. I am Chirag Dalwadi, chartered member at TiE Vadodara. Let me first start with introducing what TiE Vadodara and what this Startup Showcase is all about. TiE Vadodara through this Startup Showcase is targeting at providing a global outreach to the participating startups, initiating communication channel with organizations, supporting startup ecosystem, opportunity to connect with existing entrepreneurs, venture capitalists, and experienced professionals for long-term mentoring, investors, equity, and resource partnership support, scale-up opportunity for startups, and expansion, partnerships, and diversification opportunities for entrepreneurs, mentors, and venture capitalists. In today's session, we will have 9 startups who are going to pitch their startup ideas. Each startup will get 8 minutes to pitch their ideas. Startups, you can share your screen if you have pitch presentation to share. So with this, we'll start with our first startup, that is Wezep. I'll request Bhushan to start with his presentation. Over to you, Bhushan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chirayu and TiE Vadodara for giving us this opportunity. I would like to share my screen, and from there we could be able to start. Just confirm if you could be able to see my screen now. Are you able to see my screen now?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay, great. So thank you very much for giving us a time and opportunity to present here in the pitch. We are from Wezep. My name is Bhushan, and Wezep is a unique concept built on almost 10 years of experience working with the foundry industry. And we have the know-how of what are the challenges and the problems that foundries are going through. Foundry is a unique manufacturing process where they do the melting from the various scrap material, and they produce the casting with the various alloys like iron and steel and so on and so forth. But having said that, the challenge starts when you have a labor intensive process where you will not be able to deploy IoT device, Industry 4.0 robots or automation at every place. Means you have to collect the data from the labor and manpower, but they are not that skilled. However, the process requires very precise process control in order to get the correct castings. This is where the issue arises when we are dealing with the labor-intensive manufacturing process, and the foundry is one of this process. Coming to the next issue is there are lots of paper and logbooks. Now, these are all important data and the know-how of the foundry, but they are not able to utilize them because all the data remains in the paper and logbook. That means the know-how, or let's say the artificial intelligence, even if you want to build upon, will remain just in paper, logbook, and Excel. So that is where the data comes and not able to utilize. And it also lead to data redundancies where paper will later on be read to enter into various ERP system or otherwise. The next challenge here in this case is the traceability and transparency. So traceability is one of the major issue, because if you know that recently Indian government has rolled out a vehicle recall policy in April 21. It means that now you can complain to your OEM of the car manufacturer and say, look, there is a problem with my part. And if that is detected, the OEM will be responsible to replace the part in all the batches. That means if in one batch, 100 parts were produced. Now somebody identified in the part number 27, there was a problem. Now OEM needs to replace all 100 parts and all 100 cars needs to be recalled. But which car to recall? How you will be able to trace it? Now that is where the problem starts, because this part is manufactured in foundry and later on assembled in the OEM, right? So this is where the traceability comes, and we will be able to produce this traceability because we are digitally connecting all the process data. This is a challenge for them which we are addressing. And the server limitations, because foundries are not that tech savvy where you can see the IT team and so on and so forth. So there are so many limitations of managing the server. These are the biggest challenges. So our idea is that we are using a smartphone, as India is one of the largest country in the world to use the smartphone. And this only way is that because you are not using a very high-end automation and IoT devices, this smartphone little device with an internet connection itself is a smart device and IoT if you use it smartly. So here, if all the manufacturing process and the process control data, if we collect it from the shop floor user through mobile, this itself becomes one sort of IoT device, because we are collecting data from the shop floor in live and in real time. So here our concept is to replace all the paper, logbook, and manual data collection that happens on the paper. This will be replaced with the mobile applications, and this will work in this case. So the solutions is, as I said, we will having a mobile web application for every data collection points where the user will enter data into the mobile. This will take care of their processing all the parameters. As you know, in every process, there are min max range given. And if that range goes beyond, they will be able to get automatic reminders and notifications. The concerned HODs can go onto the shop floor and do the corrective actions. All data will be on cloud servers, so they will be able to access 24/7. If you know, in current COVID time, it's very challenging. You have to work with a very limited workforce. You will not be able to reduce the workforce on the shop floor, but your management team will still be able to monitor Foundry from home, and they will be able to do corrective action and so on and so forth. This will be also addressed over here. So why WESEP is that we have a manufacturing expertise with 10 years of experience working with Foundry domain, with QMS, with various Foundry area. We have deep know-how. I'm not going into the technicalities. Process know-how is what we know, and the USP is we have built up on a no-code platform. This is the biggest thing that we have achieved, because the no-code allows you to develop this whole application and roll out just within few weeks. Traditionally, it takes years to develop and coding and everything take place. So instead of coding, we are using a no-code platform which allows to roll out and customize just like in few minutes, and you can be live within few weeks, which is a very big and important thing in the current situation. Interface can be through API, through ERP software, or even with SAP possible. Data analytics and real-time dashboards, various latest tools of data analytics can be used through API and other forms. And it's very economical because it's available on the SaaS-based model. So you are paying on a subscription-based model. There is no upfront investment required for the foundries and the customers. The target is, of course, Indian foundry industry. It's the largest in the world. The second largest casting producer is India in the world, and its a turnover is around 190 billion. Approximately in India, around 4,600 to 5,000 foundry units are there, and 90% of them are MSMEs. So that means they don't have a server, the IT infrastructure where they can really be, compete with the rest of the world, where here they could adopt digitization without server constraints and otherwise. It could 650,000 direct and indirect employment it is giving right now in the foundry industry. And casting produced in India is around 11.49 million metric ton. So this is where India stands globally, and there is a huge opportunity to tap this market. While coming to the target market, as I said, the region are mainly Asia and APEC, because this is a region where most of the labor-intensive foundries are there. Apart from that, Brazil, South Africa. Industry, auto component, plastic, stamping, forging can be followed, because these are another link to this industry coming to the automotive. Target customer, anywhere industry having a turnover about 1 to 1.5 crore, 10 crore plus, or even 50 crore plus, because the problem remains same. Even in the largest foundry, they are dependent on humans. Even they don't have that amount of automations and robots. And 50 plus employees, anyone is a foundry can start with this. Area targets about production, quality, maintenance, breakdown, performance of human and machine both, as well as OE. Alternative could be server-based EXE software one can develop, but again, as I said, the development time will be huge and the cost will be also huge. And the alternative no-code platform available, but again, that requires the foundry know-how, which is available with us, and which is an advantage to us with respect to other platform available in the market. So I would like to thank you again all for giving this opportunity and sharing your time. I hope you have liked this. For any questions, or you can contact us anytime. Thank you very much. Thanks, Mr. Chirayu.
Thank you, Bhushan. That was great. And we wish you all the best for your startup.
Thank you very much.
So next is Testomatic. Do we have them?
Yes, sir, we are here.
Yeah, okay. So we have Varmin Panchal from Testomatic. They are an agri-tech based startup who are looking for funds in order to develop their business. So over to you, Team Testomatic, and for your pitching.
Yes, sir. Sir, we are just sharing our screen.
Yeah.
Okay. So good evening. Our startup is Testomatic. So basically, we have a problem with us. That is, India is one of the pioneer in food cultivation and processing, and we are number one in milk and meat processing, second in fruit and vegetable processing, and our majority of population is associated with food production, processing, marketing, or either of any kind of food business. And more than 50% of our population is associated with food industry. In India, majority of goods produced is being waste before it reaches to consumer. Despite of being leader in producing, our country has maximum number of undernourished people. About 195 million people sleep hungry every day. About 3,000 children die every day because of poor quality food. About 165 million people are stunned. We are ranking 100 out of 119 in Global Hunger Index. And we Indians waste food of about 50,000 crore every year. 21% children under 5 are underweight. 38.4% children under 5 are stunned, and 1 in 4 children are malnourished. So this data is taken from Press Information Bureau, Government of India. And further, Tastomatic, we have one concept to reduce this particular waste with processing of food. So to reduce these losses, our government is taking many initiatives to promote startup in food processing with startup subsidies, setting up mega food park and expansion support. We all know that processing of food reduces its wastage, add value to the food and extends its shelf life. For example, tomato is perishable in nature. It will last only 3 to 5 days. But if we process it to tomato puree or tomato ketchup or a powder in any kind of food product, it will last more than 12 months. So biggest hurdle for food processor is to ensure quality of food, raw food, and to process it and the quality of goods that is produced. And majority of micro and small scale food processor doesn't have food tasting facilities for tasting their produced food. So setting up food tasting facilities needs huge investment, skilled manpower and ample space. And due to these 3 hurdles, many entrepreneurs doesn't enter in food industry or are unable to expand their business because of poor quality food. So we believe that it is our social responsibility of all of us to feed good food to our society and our people. So Tastomatic, the impact we are trying to create, benefits of the equipment, it would be cost and space effective. Food fingerprint, we can match day-to-day samples that are manufactured in food industry. Easy data management and tracing of goods produced. No data manipulation, reduce human error, and quick results and cheap results. So impact to the society with these benefits, it will help small and medium scale food business operators to taste the raw goods that is received from the farm or raw material that is received and finished product that is produced in the plant and machinery. It will open many food doors for food technologists and researchers to develop new recipes. Startup of the nation will invest in their food business without working much about the quality of food produced. It will boost our economy with increase in production of international quality food products. It will act as 1-point checking automated lab for food business operator, and it will help our nation, India, to fight against quality of food we eat. So here is the prototype, that is the Tastomatic. So it is invention which can analyze raw material, intermediate preparation, final product for its physiochemical, microbial and microscopic parameters. This equipment can perform more than 250 tests under 12 different categories. Apart from regular testing, it can perform 41 adulteration tests. In physiochemical testing, it can detect moisture, fat, color, texture, electrical conductivity, thermal conductivity, density, specific gravity, and few other tests. It can also detect adulteration of goods produced. For example, milk is adulterated with urea. Any unpermitted color like methyl orange is present in any sample, it can detect. Equipment gives data remotely to the owner along with statistical analysis. And one can store testing reports up to 3 years. Invention has secure login feature which can help for tracing who had tested the sample and on what date and time. It can also perform most kind of titration, spectrological incubation and microscopic examination of the product. So Tastomatic, how it works, it is basically divided in 4 different units. We just have to put the sample. We have automated web portal and one unit assembled over the equipment that would work over the internet to test the sample. So once test is complete, data would be automatically stored on the portal. So here is the basic flow diagram. We just have to feed the sample in the sample tray. and we just have to close the tray. All the processes are instructed in the tablet assembled on the equipment. All the chemical reagents are stored on the top of the equipment. We can see the containers. So that the chemicals would be utilized according to taste selected, and taste would be performed accordingly, as per the program. And process is already given in the particular tablet that is assembled on the equipment. So we need not to worry about what to do next, and we need not to remember the process. It would be given time to time slide tray outside, add the sample, and each and smaller instruction would be given. So it is very easy to use, and no technical manpower is required. So here is the categories: spice and condiments, milk and milk products, cereal and cereal products, fruit and vegetable, water, oil and fat, physical, chemical and microbial testing. Here is we have divided three basic, premium and advanced model, and we have divided the taste categories. So Tastomatic for FBOs, it is compact and cheap. It requires less space, reduced testing costs, reduced initial investment, single equipment for multiple taste, remote data access, multiple login, and instant report to the owner. So here are the benefit: no skill manpower, no human error, and no data manipulation. So financial perspective: with busy lifestyle, increase in disposable income, trend of the generation is moving towards consumption of processed foods. With increase in education, people look what they eat. So quality matters. So international perspective: many startups are nowadays seeing towards global market, and we need to export. So for export quality product, quality testing is mandatory. Consumer perspective: our people are our responsibility. It is our responsibility. We feed pure, hygienic, and quality food to our people. India is an agriculture economy, and we can boost our economy by reducing raw food wastage and by increasing processed food. So Tastomatic future perspective: we are seeking support from various government and private agencies. Right now, we have 2 working prototypes ready with us. We can put any sample and we can taste. Equipment is already assembled and programmed. We have developed our own PCB and everything. So we just we can taste any sample. We are just looking for some strong investor and government support for clearance and endorsement from FSA and respectively. So we will need to create PCB printing, assembling facilities, manufacturing facilities, program upload facilities, and task force to run this project. So here is the portal that we have, how much taste is completed. We can purchase our reagents that are stored in the equipment from our online portal itself, total reports and everything, and how much taste we have done we can see. And here is the equipment. Equipment is connected with this portal, and data is basically synchronized and emailed at the end of the taste. So about the founder, Mr. Arvind Panchal is being electronic and telecommunication engineer, and he is looking over assembling and programming of equipment, and he has worked on the robotics, IoT, automation, and electronic components. And Mr. Monarch Shah is looking, there is me, looking over food processing techniques. I have worked for novel food equipments and have developed 4 specialty ingredients, and I have 5 patents pending on my name, 3 research papers, and 11 national awards. So I have looked over the technical part of food, in particular this equipment. Thank you. Questions are welcome.
Thank you, team. So it was very informative and about your pitch, and congratulations on your patents and everything. We wish you all the best for your funding.
Thank you.
Next, we have Zenister Innovation Private Limited, who are into manufacturing industry, and they are looking for support of mentoring and business development. So over to you, Team Zenister Innovation. Milan, you there? We are not, you're on mute.
Sir, if you could just guide them.
So now am I audible?
You're audible, but we cannot see your screen.
Okay, let me check, sir.
Yes.
Is it visible now?
Yes, visible. I think you can start now.
Namaste all. We are Senester Innovation and we are motor
Milanji,
design.
can we have your camera on, please?
Sure. Is it? Am I visible?
No.
Actually, I am visible to my own screen. So just.
Not an issue. Please continue.
Milan, you can continue with the pitch.
Okay, sure. Screen is visible, right, sir?
Yes, yes.
So we are Senester Innovation and we are motor design and manufacturing company. So during our initial startup, we have lots of idea to work upon and to upgrade the existing technology of induction motor into the BLDC, PMSM and SRM technology. But we have considered the future market of India, and we were targeting the drone and drone market. Sorry, actually, we have other startup with me as well. They are just demonstrating. Sorry for the interruption. So this is a picture of drone crash. Indian drone market is emerging day by day, and Indian drone manufacturers are facing drone crash issue, and it causes a lots of damage. So before we head towards the problem statement, I would like to figure out the basic drone components which a drone should have. It's a frame, propeller, transmitter and receiver, motor and its controller.
You are on screen one. Maybe you need to change this. Slide 2.
Okay, should I stop?
No. You are only on slide 1 only. I think you are talking about slide 2, right?
Right, I am on slide 2.
Right now, slide 1 is visible. Yeah, now you are on 2.
Okay. Okay. So, as I said, drone industry of India is emerging day by day, and drone is a very important and futuristic industry for India as well. So, right now, Indian drone manufacturers are facing a serious problem regarding the crash and simultaneously the other components. So these are the basic components a drone should have, which is frame, its propeller, which we called as fan, transmitter and receiver, and the heart of drone, that is motor and controller. So we have figured out the problem with the existing Indian drone manufacturing industry, that they have all the setup of hardware manufacturing, software manufacturing, even sensors are developed within India. But when it comes to the motor, we are the importer country from the countries like US and China. So with this motor, what is the causes that happening to the drone industry is a motor failure, which results into the crash of the drone and simultaneously damage the other sensors. Poor stability due to the high hit into the motor, which is hitting is the issue for the drone manufacturer. If the heat of the motor increases, the overall flight time reduces by around 5 to 10%. Currently, commercial drone has a flight time of around 45 minutes. Countries like us have the dependencies, as I say, on the countries like China. And as we are importing this motor from outside, in India, there are a very least operator which are giving the after-sales services if motor gets burned. So we are coming up with a invented shaftless BLDC motor with advanced features. As of now, we have filed 4 patents in motor only. And with these patents, we have developed 7 different type of motor models. Each motor can be used with a different kind of drone. So drone industries can be distribute their channels according to surveying, mapping, defense, agriculture, delivery, health deliveries likewise. So each motor have a specific application and specific use case. So what is the USP into our motor compared to the existing motor manufacturers? So we have provided to eliminate the heating issue by giving the turbo cooling feature by designing the structure. So the air gets sucked by the motor and it will cool down the motor by 28%. We have designed the improved flux ring, which increases the life of magnet as well as the lower down the crash of the drone. India is a countries where we find the varied of the geography, right? So we have the state like Tripura and Himachal Pradesh where there is a humid and often rainfall. Else we have the run of Kutch and the state like Rajasthan where there is a dust storm as well. So to get the all weather utility, we have provided the higher dust and water resistivity feature up to IP64 level. And last is remove the heating again by giving the artificial cooling. This artificial cooling feature is only used for the heavy duty drones like agriculture drone delivery, or in future drone taxi. So with this USP, what exactly the customer will get? They will get increased flight time by around 15% per flight. So if we consider 50 minutes of flight time after using our motor, it can be raised up to
मीनल जी?
Yes, madam.
एक्चुअली आप कौन सी नंबर की स्लाइड पे हैं फिलहाल?
I am on 6th slide.
6th slide ना, ओके. यहाँ पे स्क्रीन में 5th slide विजिबल है. आई थिंक यू आर प्रेजेंटिंग द रॉन्ग स्क्रीन. कैन यू प्लीज चेक इट?
ओके.
आपके लैपटॉप में या पीसी में प्रेजेंटर व्यू ओपन है?
यस मैम.
हाँ, तो यहाँ पे आपका सिर्फ नॉर्मल पीपीटी ओपन है. जस्ट चेक कि आपने राइट विंडो शेयर किया है, क्योंकि आप जब चेंज कर रहे हैं ना तो सामने दिख नहीं रहा.
ओके ओके.
Chirayu sir, can you guide him further to this?
Yes, thank you.
I think now we are on benefit slide, right?
We are on benefit slide now and we can see it.
Okay, so the last was our USB slide and I have changed it to the benefits. So with this,
okay, now it's visible.
So with these USPs, what exactly Indian drone manufacturer will get? They will get the 15% more flight time. So if we considered 50 minutes of flight time, then at the end they'll get around 58 minutes of flight time per flight. We are able to customize this BLDC and PMSM technology. So now Indian drone manufacturer can design their drone according to the motor. It is 100% made in India due to our indigenous pattern and manufacturing access. It's a all-weather utility. And by giving the improved flux ring, we are able to get the 20% more total number of flight. This is just a summary of in-house testing. We have tested our motor for straight 72 hours. But we again need a certification, third-party certification, right? So we have produced our motor to one of NABL certified laboratory, and we have tested and certified our motor with them. These are the current customer portfolio. Atop Power and Umber are the current client of the Senester Innovation, and we are in conversation with the potential customers that are drone manufacturers in India. So during our commercialization, we have piloted as well with the customers, and we have got a very good letter of interest and minute of meetings from the customers as well. How big the drone motor market only is, I'm not talking about the whole drone market. This is the picture of only drone motor. It is 84 CR in India as of now. If we look at into the next phase to the Southeast Asia and Oceania, then currently it is 640 CR, and in globally it is 3,200 CR. So we are planning to capture this market by introducing our motor in India, and later we'll go global. With our motor, if we look at the competitive analysis, then this is the look we get from the competitives. Majorly, there are a player from US and China, which are a few. Sunny Sky and Emax are into the economical models. They have don't into the featured product. But if we talk about Hobbywing, MAD, and T Motors, they are right now the market leaders. They have selling their products at a premium rate with a good technology. When we'll talk about Senester, we have produced our design such a way that we have not only given the features but also making it more economical to the customers. And last is the external cooling, which as of now none of the motor manufacturers are giving. This is just a particular motor comparison. We can come to this in Q&A if you want. This is the whole team behind this idea. I myself, Milan Asalia, I am handling the finance and business development into startup with my co-founder Jaideep. He is looking for R&D and simulation task with other team members. This is our mentor portfolio, who is giving us the guideline into technology, business strategy, business development, as well as the networking. So if we consider the current product, we are not limited to the drone industry. And day before yesterday, we were into only drone motor only. But after these drones, we have diverted our product portfolio into glider and as well as electric bike. And in future, we'll go for the robotics and fishing boat.
Milan, your time is up. If you can quickly wrap it up.
Just a last slide, sir.
Yeah.
And this is the first electric bicycle motor available with us. This is the picture captured day before yesterday. And with this, we are proceeding further with the technology. Thank you very much. And we are open for the Q&A.
Thank you, Milan. It was a great presentation. We wish you best for your startup. Next, we have Abhishek and Momita from Technology Concepts. They're into healthcare technology and they're seeking support in funding for prototype development. Over to you guys.
Good evening. Good evening, sir. This is Abhishek here.
Abhishek, would you like to share your screen?
Yes, let me.
Yeah.
So this is the first slide. We are developing.
Yeah, we can see the slides now.
Yeah.
You have 8 minutes.
Yeah. So the new 8 smartphone-based terahertz imaging and spectroscopy. Actually, we are developing an on-chip terahertz imaging and spectroscopy biomedical sensor in a form factor of around 10 by 10 mm that will be incorporated within an onboard circuit of a smartphone or a wearable device. We intend to use this sensor as an alternative to X-rays. Currently, whatever diagnostics are being used for X-rays, we are trying to bring in those capabilities within our on-chip sensor and within our smartphone. Then coming to the next slide, this is
you are not visible. You are not visible.
Actually, ma'am, when I'm using the slide, my video gets off.
Okay, not an issue. Please carry.
If I stop broadcasting, then you will be able to see me.
Okay.
Okay. The next is this is my brief bio. I am Abhishek India I am based out in Anand, Gujarat. I have a business background and I've graduated in BCom from HR. Actually, I don't have a technical background in technology.
Abhishek,
yes, ma'am.
I will have to stop you again. Your screen is also not visible. Can you stop sharing the screen and redo it again?
Yeah, 1 minute.
Screen is visible.
Sir, it's visible on the Zoom. It's not visible on our web page.
Oh, okay.
Is it visible now, ma'am?
1 second, please.
Yeah.
Shobhit?
Sir, give us a minute, please.
Yeah.
Shall I continue?
Just a second.
Yeah.
Shobhit?
Sir, there is a very technical glitch we are fixing.
I think, yeah, he is low on internet.
Yes, maybe because of that, but
Can we share do we have his presentation if we can share from over?
We can try doing that.
Yeah.
Abhishek ji, please continue.
Yeah. So, as I was saying, that we are developing a terahertz biomedical sensor, which will be incorporated within an onboard circuit of a smartphone. Now, this is my bio. I'm from Anand, Gujarat. I'm from a business background, and I have graduated in BCom from HR College. Although I don't have a technical background, but technology research has been my passion since teenage, and I've been doing so in terahertz since 2012. If you come here, we have Dr. Noyamita Mukherjee, and she is an ex-DRDO scientist. She is the chief scientist and co-founder in our startup. She is currently associated with Adamas University, Kolkata, and she has 17 years of hands-on experience in designing and fabricating terahertz devices. Now, coming to the terahertz technology, Terahertz technology has something which is very unique fingerprinting, non-invasive personal medical diagnostics. Terahertz photons are not sufficiently energetic to break chemical bonds or ionize molecules and are therefore harmless for living organisms. As opposed to higher energy photons such as X-rays and UV rays, terahertz radiation is not highly scattered in tissue. Besides, due to strong absorption of T rays by water, terahertz imaging can be a useful tool in investigating soft tissues. The unique properties of terahertz makes them eligible for use in various medical applications, some of which hold enormous promise for certain aspects of diagnostics, as described below. Now, the current technologies which are available in the market are X-rays, NIRs, and microwaves. They are used for various purposes like security, medical scanning, basic science, spectroscopy, pharmaceutical technology, nanotechnology, and defense sector. But they have a lot of shortcomings. That is, they are ionizing radiations, they are invasive, hazardous to biological tissue, compromised imaging resolution less than 3 diameters tumor, neighboring cells damaged higher during cell therapy, and they have a very low penetration power. What we have done is, the core of our invention is that we have completely designed the system on chip, and it is a low dimensional device incorporated into a smartphone, working at room temperature, high imaging resolution. Actually, we are achieving super resolution imaging because we have eliminated SNR from our systems. The SNR is sound to noise ratio, which is technical term. And with elimination of sound to noise ratio, we are able to achieve super resolution imaging. We have a very high specific target cell therapy, high penetration because of photon coupling technique, and we are working on a solid state technology. And we are bringing in both imaging and spectroscopy within a single device. This is the core of our invention, which has been achieved. And there is no competition, no other competitors who are doing such a work at such microscopic level. The novelty is we have done numerous patent search, and we couldn't find any technology which is similar to what we are doing. Technology for miniaturization is very difficult to be reversed. Concept of incorporating an advanced biomedical diagnostic technology within an onboard circuit of smartphone is unique and novel. Currently, the terahertz spectroscopy, a biological sample needs to be crystallized to cryogenic temperatures for fingerprinting. We have achieved fingerprinting at room temperature. Terahertz is not applied in mainstream biomedicals due to low operating temperatures, highly absorbed by water, and portability limitations, which have been successfully overcome by our team. These are the patent searches which we have done. And these are the 4 patents that we have applied for. The challenges on our way are, while immense research was available on terahertz technology and its wide application of range of applications, the major shortcomings remain unachieved. Specifically, the extremely large size machines, complexity of handling such machines by experts, operation at very low temperature, and all. These elements made it very hard for us to believe that an AI-enabled terahertz imaging spectroscopy platform may be incorporated within an onboard circuit of a smartphone. But we have achieved it. We have reduced the device into a chip. The smallest device using terahertz technology for imaging is 2 by 2 square feet. Our device needed to be 10 by 10 mm. This would be 91.79% smaller than size. Commonly available large devices are 3-terminal solid state devices. And challenges, our goal is to chip size, decreasing device size to 10 by 10 mm. The missing key was required to achieve a miniaturized size. We are using the harmonic oscillation. Again, this is something technical, wherein we are going to very high wavelengths and frequencies up to 1 terahertz using this harmonic oscillation technology. This is a basic layout of the imaging system that we have drawn. And this is the spectroscopy system which we are working on. This is the brief prototype layout of this. Application, the technology is applicable of being applied to any field where imaging and spectroscopy is applicable. We hope to open the API to software developers who can design applications in the field of bio, non-biological, or any other field where imaging and spectroscopy may be applied. Biomedical is one such field in which terahertz is highly studied, but successful incorporation has not yet been achieved as terahertz is known to have high water absorbability. Our technology overcomes these shortcomings. Some results in molecular biology can be seen below. An overview of molecular diagnostics shows the following trends: oncology, gene testing, blood screening, and infectious diseases. This is the modeling, the computer modeling that we have used. These are the applications which we are going to use. In infectious disease, we are using terahertz imaging for of virus-affected blood. We are doing the infectious disease COVID-19 detection. This is the detection of COVID-19 on day 3, day 4, and day 5. This is for day 6 and day 7 for the COVID-19. And pneumonia period COVID-19 is detected on 8, 9, and 10 days of infection. So how that would be done is a brief snapshot is given here. Application and again infectious disease based on recent studies, we would like to research and further confirm the findings below. Applying that study, it may be safe to conclude that detection of COVID-19 will be successfully performed using the terahertz technology. Application, we have blood screening that can be done. We can detect blood glucose at around 1 terahertz. Oncology, the enhancement of temperature and its gradient indicates the number of cells, RBCs and WBCs, and rest of the blood is cancerous affected. Then we are using it for gene testing, Alzheimer's disease at 1 terahertz. We have the methodology. Again, this is something technical. The markets are worldwide. We are looking at, if we just look at the consumer market, there are 1.5 billion smartphones opportunities which are available. These are some overview of our technology. We have miniaturized on-chip, imaging and spectroscopy, both incorporated within an onboard circuit of a smartphone, COVID detection, terahertz diagnostics on smartphone. We have also achieved molecular fingerprinting for precision diagnostics. We have used polarization technique for obtaining fingerprinting within human body. These are something which are very not very important technologies for working in terahertz. We have the milestone.
You have 1 minute left.
Yeah. Actually, we are looking for fabrication of and prototype testing, development, expanding scope and application, and patenting the whole thing. We have collaborated with AMO GmbH that in Germany, and they will be helping us the fabrication of the whole sensor. The device has been designed. Now we need funding for moving into fabrication. Although I know that this is a very early stage of development, however, the technologies that we are using in our sensor are all scientifically published and proven. Thank you very much. Dr. Mahimita is also here. Ma'am, would you like to say something?
It is perfectly okay that we have seen now. It is open discussion. We are requesting from the attendees. If any questions there, we will be happy to address.
We do not have a questioning round. You can take it offline. Okay. So thank you, Abhishek and Momita. Next, we have Yogesh from Kavitul Technologies. They are a HAL startup and seeking support in business development. Over to you, Yogesh. Yogesh, you are on mute.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Like our startup name is Kavitul Technologies Private Limited, and about company establishment in 2018. Like basically like हमारा जो main purpose है company का वो health tech devices में है, And about the co-founders, Ajinkya Puranik and myself, Yogesh Patel. And like basically like जो problems है like rural area में 70% population in rural like infrastructure, lack of infrastructures, medical equipment and specialization doctors. So that's we have solution like portable 12-channel ECG machine, pocket size ECG machines. And like हमारा जो basic principle था like rural area में जहाँ पे doctors की availability कम रहती है and specialization doctors की. So like PHC CHC centers में जहाँ पे like ECG machines और like specialized doctors की availability नहीं रहती है, so वहाँ पे ECG machines उनको useful हो पाएगा like portable. उसका working pattern जो है like Bluetooth से device connect होता है Android based mobile applications में, then after generate the PDF file. वो PDF file like normally हम like WhatsApp और email से भी हम share कर सकते हैं and after print देना हो तो हम directly अपने mobile से भी print दे सकते हैं. Like इसका ये पूरा working pattern है. Market of medical device in India, almost 85% device will be almost from imported device. 50% device will be manufacturing in India. So global ECG market value is 2020 in $4.89 billion, and 2025 is just like nearest to $7.26 billion. And this market of medical device in India globally in ECG is 2.47. Target audience is like hospital, clinic, telemedicine setups, medical campus, industrial occupation health center, PSC centers, NGOs and CSR activity, and medical universities follow this also. And like sales projection, until 2020-21, we are selling 257 devices, and 2020-22, our target is 600 devices. And last 5-year projections, almost 2023 1,300, and last 2026-27 15,000. In this financial like 5 years projection. And our upcoming product and our stages like medical oxygen concentrator is on mode on trial and testing mode. Also ICU ventilator on prototype modeling. These technologies we are also transferring from ISRO, Indian Space Research Organizations. And next, our upcoming project also on digital stethoscope, finalizing on designing stage. And next product is BiPAP and CPAP is under prototyping.
Okay.
So we require the finance of 1.5 CR with the exchange of 3% of in equity. Like हमारा जो फंडिंग से हम कहाँ पे उसको कॉल ऑफ एक्शन में जाना चाहते हैं, like टीम बिल्डिंग, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, मैन्युफैक्चरिंग. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Yogesh.
Yeah.
It was great. Next, we have Kaustubh from Mode Innovation. They are into manufacturing and they are looking support in business development. Over to you, Kaustubh. Kaustubh, would you like to share your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, it's visible.
It's visible now, sir?
Yes, it's visible. You can start.
Yeah, sir. So, good evening, sir. We are Mode Innovation LLP and myself, Kaustubh Mode. This is my background. I'm mechanical engineering with 10 years of experience in production line. Presently, we see that in construction industries, there is a most of operations are doing manual, and there is a less automation in the construction industries. Like any operations, we see that plaster, wall putty, waterproofing, paint, all are doing manually, and it's mostly depend on the skilled labor. If the labor is skilled, then work is fine. If the labor is unskilled, then it's effect on the work. So it is, and morously, all project of infrastructure and construction are delayed due to the labor crisis and more or less automations. So we have to think about it. Here we give you some examples. In before 100 years, all our operations doing in the manually, and at the present scenario almost similar. Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
You're audible.
Yeah. So after 100 years, still we have more or less operations are doing manually. So we think about it, and we develop one electromechanical machines which can do all majority operations of civil construction and infrastructure through these machines. We can do plaster, waterproofing, wall putty, gypsum plaster, paint, fireproofing, epoxy flooring, all majority operations through this machine. And here we achieve that almost 10 times higher productivity than the existing manual method. Like cement plaster, if the 4-5 people's team can do 400 square feet per day, the same hours and same teams through our machines, we can reach up to 3,000 square feet. This is the sum of examples. It is a practical examples, what we given here. And labor cost also very down. Also that wastage of material we can reduce through machines up to 70%. Means the same materials, the coverage area, we got the main. And this is the purely machines which can do the labor. There is no requirement of any high skill operator, machine operator for this machine. Here we give you our business model. Right now we have a two model. Mainly we can sell our machines, and also right now we are working on providing the services through our machines. Means we can take over the project of the construction and hand over to any labor contractor companies subcontracting, and we back off mine and got the all turnkey projects. So that's why we are thinking about the retail channel, distribution centers, demo centers, and all those things. Those are our planning. This is the huge market scope in construction industries, particularly in India, which is the underdeveloped and growing countries. More or less the Southern Asia as well as the African countries also big scope for us. Even right now Gulf are also big, huge market is there. So we think that almost at least we said for India, it is a 7,000 crore right now construction equipment business was there. So this is the scope of market. At present, we have first initially we have sold our some of machines in a market, and we got the feedback. And year by year we give improvement on the machines, and right now we sold our turnover, we can say that it is 1.35 crore this year, current year, and still it is 3 months more spending. This is our prime clients, PSP, LNTA, GLODA, and all our Structural Engineering Research Center, SERC, Chennai, as well as CBI, Roorkee, also our client. So this is the reputed clients are there. Our competitive desk is Greco from USA, which are manufacturing airless paint spray machine. Those are in paint spray machine, and the Puzzmaster from Germany, which are manufacturing concrete pumps. But both our companies are in particularly segment, not in our segment, and they have a different system, like a piston pump system, and we are the different kind of system. Means our machine is in competitive price also. So some of we achieved the awards in startup ecosystem in Vibrant Gujarat, Gesia Award, and some of presence in the startup ecosystems where, as you see in the photographs, and some of the projects working like that: Narmada project, Gujarat Vidhan Sabha, Shanku Water Park, the reputed things. This is our team: Parimal, Siddhant Sharma, and Ravi Raj. All are technical persons, and Prashant Karya is our financial advisor, and Bhakti Giri is looking resources. So right now we are looking at 10 CR. We have a very big reputed projects right now in our hand, and also there is a lots of demand. Day by day we can got machines and all those things. So right now the research work is over. Now we can jump over that in a big way. If we have money, if we have fund, so we can directly go up like that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Kaustubh. It was great. Next, we have Darpan from Innovative Mobility.
Yes, sir. I'm audible?
Yes. Darpan.
I'm just sharing my screen. Just a second.
Yes, please do that. Your screen is visible. Over to you, Darsh.
Just a second. Okay, so good morning, good evening, all of you.
Darpanji, if you could start your video before starting the presentation, that will be really helpful.
Sorry?
If you can start your present, yes.
Yeah. Just a second. So I am Darpan Kadu, and these are my team members. Sheel Patel and Dipan Pandya are co-founders, and Dhruv Patel and Dhruv Shah engineers in our company, right? So let's directly jump to the pain points directly. So in case of, if we talk about the mobility segment, right? So there are some problems which are well-known problems, right? If we talk about the eco-friendly mobility, pollutions, higher operating cost of IC engine vehicles, then healthy mobility. These are well-known problems, right? So we won't consider this in this presentation. Let's directly jump to the shared mobility problem, right? तो शेयर मोबिलिटी के प्रॉब्लम्स, शेयर मोबिलिटी के स्टार्टअप्स आप लोगों ने देखे होंगे, राइट? सो दिस इज द नॉर्मल बिजनेस मॉडल ऑफ ईच एंड एवरी शेयर मोबिलिटी प्लेटफॉर्म एंड शेयर मोबिलिटी स्टार्टअप्स, राइट? व्हाट दे आर एक्चुअली टारगेटिंग इज दे आर जस्ट टारगेटिंग द पीपल who do not have that particular vehicle, or who owns the vehicle but wants to just lower that just want to just decrease their operating cost of that particular daily routine or daily commute, right? So what they are actually targeting, they are using bicycles. Normal shared mobility startups are using bicycles to allow the users or allow their customers to commute daily of 3 to 5 kilometer maximum, right? So apart from that, अगर हम लोग डेली की बात करें तो लाइक आपने माई बाइक करके देखा होगा, बाउंस करके देखा होगा, देन पिंक पेडल्स करके, ये सारे स्टार्टअप्स है बाइसिकल यूज करते हैं, बट मैक्सिमम 3 to 5 किलोमीटर के लिए, नॉट मोर देन दैट. अगर आपको डेली कम्यूट करना है ये शेयर्ड मोबिलिटी प्लेटफॉर्म के साथ से मोर देन 5 किलोमीटर, तो आपके पास फिर लिमिटेड ऑप्शन है. उबर है, ओला है, देन बाइक टैक्सी है, वो सारे ऑप्शंस आपके पास अवेलेबल है, बट नॉट शेयर्ड मोबिलिटी स्टार्टअप कि आप लो उसको लीज पे लो और आप यूज करो बाइसिकल्स, राइट? सो सॉल्यूशन के अंदर क्या होना चाहिए कि एक ईवी ऐसा होना चाहिए कि विच विल बी सुटेबल फॉर ईच एंड एवरीवन, ठीक है? जो शेयर मोबिलिटी स्टार्टअप है उनके लिए भी और नॉर्मल डायरेक्ट कंज्यूमर के लिए भी, जैसे मैंने बताया लोअर ऑपरेटिंग कॉस्ट एंड ऑल, राइट? अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट, एक ईवी एडॉप्शन के लिए वो जो कॉस्ट है वो इनिशियली बहुत लो होना चाहिए. नॉर्मल स्टार्टअप्स है वो बाइसिकल क्यों प्रीफर कर रहे हैं कि उनके पास जो कैपिटल है वो बहुत कम रहता है एज अ स्टार्टअप, और उनको वो डायरेक्टली इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल परचेज करने में दिक्कत होती है. इसके लिए दे आर गोइंग फॉर इलेक्ट्रिक, गोइंग फॉर नॉर्मल बाइसिकल्स, राइट? और अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट बाइसिकल के अलावा नॉर्मल जो बाइसिकल है पेडल वाली, उनके अलावा एक भी ऐसा व्हीकल मार्केट में अवेलेबल नहीं है कि जो आपको मूवमेंट, बॉडी मूवमेंट भी प्रोवाइड कर सकता है ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के साथ साथ, राइट. So this is our solution. It is treadmill, electric treadmill bicycle, which have 3 modes of transportation. आप उसको खड़े खड़े भी चला सकते हो, उसके ऊपर बैठ के भी चला सकते हो, और उसके ऊपर चल के भी उसको चला सकते हो. Apart from that, these are some benefits of that our products, which will be like fully like, just a second. Yeah. So this is our product and these are some benefit. So आपको जैसे मैंने बताया कि बाइसिकल के अलावा एक भी ऐसा व्हीकल नहीं है जो कि आपको बॉडी मूवमेंट भी प्रोवाइड कर पाएगा. So this is the vehicle. इसके ऊपर आप चल के भी चला सकते हो. So कार्डियो भी इसके अंदर सुटेबल है, मतलब हाई कार्डियो एंड फैट कैलोरी बर्निंग एक्सरसाइज भी इसके ऊपर कर सकते हो आप ड्यूरिंग ट्रांसपोर्टेशन. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट ये कम्प्लीटली इको फ्रेंडली है एंड डिजाइन फॉर स्पेशली इंडियन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, राइट. सो राइडर ऐसा है कि भाई मुझे चलना नहीं है, सिर्फ उसके ऊपर बैठ के चलाना है तो भी ही कैन, राइट. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट जैसे मैंने बताया इसके अंदर ये पूरा का पूरा इलेक्ट्रिक है, तो 75 किलोमीटर का रेंज देता है सिंगल चार्ज के अंदर. सो ऑलमोस्ट आपको पड़ेगा ऑलमोस्ट 10 पैसा पर किलोमीटर के आसपास, राइट. इट हैज अ डिसएंगेजेबल ट्रेडमिल, तो आप उसके बैठ के भी चला सकते हो, खड़े खड़े भी चला सकते हो लाइक अ नॉर्मल स्कूटर, राइट. एंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट इसके साथ हम लोग डिटेचेबल बैटरी दे रहे हैं, और डिटेचेबल बैटरी के साथ साथ वी आर जस्ट इंट्रोड्यूसिंग दैट काइंड ऑफ ऑक्सिलरी बैटरी, जो कि ऑक्सिलरी बैटरी चार्ज होगी बाइसिकल के रोटेशन से ही, और उसको आप डायरेक्टली यूज कर सकते हो एज एन इमरजेंसी व्हीकल. जैसे एक्टिवा या फिर कोई भी व्हीकल के अंदर कैसा होता है कि पेट्रोल या वगैरह कुछ भी खत्म हो गया, तो नॉर्मली आप वो व्हीकल के अंदर पेट्रोल डलवाने जाओगे, फिर धक्का मार के फिर ही वो व्हीकल चलेगा. इसके अंदर ऐसा नहीं होगा. इसके अंदर क्या है, हम लोगों ने क्या इंट्रोड्यूस किया है कि एक ऑक्सिलरी बैटरी पैक होगा जो कि चार्ज होगा डायरेक्टली व्हील से ही, जो नॉर्मल रनिंग कंडीशन में चार्ज होगा. और जब इमरजेंसी है कि आपका बैटरी नॉर्मल बैटरी पैक खत्म हो गया, तो ऑक्सिलरी बैटरी में आप स्विच कर सकते हो और वो बैटरी पैक यूज हो सकता है. अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट हम लोगों ने इसके अंदर स्टोरेज भी इंट्रोड्यूस किया है. 25 लीटर्स ऑफ स्टोरेज विल यू विल गेट, right. These are some actual footage of our prototype and these are some videos कि हम उसको चल के भी चला सकते हैं, इसके ऊपर हम लोग बैठ के भी चला सकते हैं इसको, और इसके ऊपर हम लोग खड़े खड़े भी इसको चला सकते हैं. I'm audible? Hello?
Yes, you are
audible. Yeah. So I'm going ahead. So this is our targeted market. जैसे मैंने बताया कि नॉर्मल कंज्यूमर तो हमारा टारगेट मार्केट है ही. तो नॉर्मल कंज्यूमर की अगर बात करें तो मिडल अपर क्लास, और अगर नीश मार्केट की बात करें विच वी कैन कैप्चर, तो वो 35 ऑफ एज ग्रुप एंड अबोव है, जो कि वर्किंग प्रोफेशनल एंड हेल्थ कॉन्शियस है, राइट. दिस आर अवर टारगेटेड मार्केट इन टर्म्स ऑफ इंडिविजुअल पब्लिक, राइट. एंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट अगर शेयर्ड मोबिलिटी की बात करें तो दैट काइंड ऑफ शेयर्ड मोबिलिटी सेगमेंट वी आवर टारगेट इज लाइक जो व्हीकल इन्वेंट्री ओन करते हैं, जो खुद के व्हीकल्स मतलब पहले परचेज करते हैं एंड देन दे आर इंट्रोड्यूसिंग इनटू द मार्केट, नॉट काइंड ऑफ उबर एंड ओला, जो कि खुद के व्हीकल्स नहीं लेते हैं बट डायरेक्टली ड्राइवर्स को बोलते हैं कि आप व्हीकल लाओगे हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म पे, राइट. दैट नॉट आवर लाइक, ठीक है. तो स्पेशली अगर बात करें शेयर्ड मोबिलिटी सेगमेंट की, तो जो स्टिल बाइसिकल पे वर्क कर रहे हैं ना, दैट्स आवर टारगेटेड मार्केट, राइट. एंड इफ इट टॉक अबाउट द मार्केट साइज, तो शेयर्ड मोबिलिटी की मार्केट साइज की अगर बात करें तो 7 करोड़ 50 लाख जितना हमारा जो मार्केट सेगमेंट है वी कैन कैप्चर. And if we talk about the individual segment, then we can capture 6 crores of market in like next financial year, which is like going to grow at almost 25% of CAGR, right? And now if we talk about the competitions, that ऐसा नहीं है कि हमारा कोई competitor नहीं है इंडिया के अंदर. इंडिया के अंदर भी 1 या 2 competitors ऐसे हैं कि they are just starting. बट अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट अगर इंडिया की बात छोड़ दे और दूसरी कंट्रीज की भी बात करें हम लोग कि जो हम लोग इंडियन मार्केट के अंदर एंटर हो सकता है वो है लोपाई फिट एंड हुई होंग करके है, विच इज बिलोंग्स टू चाइना, राइट. सो लोपाई फिट और जो ग्लोबल डिजाइनर करके है जो इंडिया में ट्रेडर है ये लोपाई फिट का, सो दे आर लाइक वर्किंग ऑन द सेम प्रोडक्ट, राइट. So what kind of entry barrier we created कि वो लोग हमारे मार्केट के अंदर एंटर नहीं होंगे. So we have a last mover advantage. So as a last mover advantage हम लोगों ने ये पूरा का पूरा redesign किया है. We have a design patent and utility patent. But हमारा वो just a process start हुआ है patent के लिए. Right. Apart from that we are having a supplier power कि हमारे supplier जो vendors है like mechanical, electrical, both terms of view, they are having a like capability of 100+ unit they can like create in a month. एंड अगर प्राइसिंग और वैल्यू की बात करें तो ये एडवांटेज हमारे पास है कि जैसे मैंने बताया कि हमारे जो वेंडर्स और सप्लायर्स है राइट. सो ये पूरा का पूरा प्रोडक्ट के अंदर हम लोग सिर्फ मोटर ही हम लोग बाहर से मंगाते हैं चाइना से. और जो हमारा वेंडर है यहाँ इंडिया के अंदर वो इंडियन वेंडर भी अभी तो चाइना से ही माल इंपोर्ट कर रहा है राइट. बट इफ वी टॉक अबाउट द प्राइसिंग एंड वैल्यू तो हमारे जो सप्लायर वो इतने कम पैसे में हम लोगों को प्रोवाइड कर रहे हैं. तो हमारे अलावा लाइक अगर खुद का किसी का इतना बड़ा स्केल के अंदर खुद का प्रोडक्शन है तभी ये चीज इतने सस्ते में बन पाएगी. एंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट अगर हम लोग इनोवेशन एंड टेक्नोलॉजी की बात करें तो मैंने जैसे बताया कि वी आर वर्किंग फ्रॉम लास्ट 1 year. सो वी डिड लॉट्स ऑफ R&D एंड वी डिड लॉट्स ऑफ ट्रायल्स एज वेल. सो अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट हमारे इसके अंदर हमने जैसे इसको पूरा का पूरा रीडिजाइन किया है इंडियन इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के हिसाब से. तो वी हैव दैट काइंड ऑफ एडवांटेज.
That one 1 minute to go.
Yeah, sir. Not an issue. Yeah. I'm going to complete here. Okay. So this is my last slide. Not an issue. If we talk about our revenue model, then direct sales is our primary source of revenue. And apart from that, we are going to enter in shared mobility or rentals rented mobility. जैसे मैंने बताया shared mobility को भी हम लोग provide कर सकते हैं this kind of vehicle. And if we talk about the achievement and traction that we have 8+ orders right now. हम लोगों ने एक महीने पहले ही हम लोगों ने just हमारा प्रोटोटाइप कंप्लीट किया है. And we are also already incubated PDPU IIC. So this is just a milestone. And if we talk about our need right now, so we need 0.36 million, around 2.69 crores. और अगर हम लोग अभी की बात करें तो फर्स्ट फेज के अंदर हम लोगों को 8 से 10 लाख जितना चाहिए हम लोगों को फॉर ऑपरेशन एंड कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर्स. या सो आई एम डन फ्रॉम माय एंड. इफ यू हैव एनी क्वेश्चन देन यू कैन आस्क.
Thanks, Darpan. Your product is great. Wish you all the best for your startup.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have Ms. Arpita from Nutrition Dynamic Foods LLP. She is into health and wellness product. Over to you, Arpita.
Yeah, I'll just start with sharing my screen.
Yes. Your screen is visible.
Yeah. Hi. Let me start with a small story. A story of a man who was 67 years old, narrating a bedtime story to his grandson. None of them knew that morning they would not be able to see each other anymore in their lifetime. That's what the case of Mr. Rohit was. But I know this is not just one case. According to WHO report, there are 41 million people every year are dying because of this inflammatory non-communicable disease like diabetes, cardiovascular, cancer, obesity, and mental diseases. Myself, Arpita Doshi, innovator and founder of Nutrition Dynamic Foods LLP under the brand NDF, we have provided a solution and we have identified what are the root causes. Because after being there on 26 days on a ventilator, I realized how treacherous this journey is. And what we have identified is the problem of inflammation, starting at a very young age of 20 to 30 years. Indicators, acidity and bloating. We normally either ignore it or treat it with supplements, or we have a medicinal approach or home remedies. But when we are traveling, this is a very common problem. And according to Indian Ayurveda and Japanese research, they have shown that if you have a diet which is rich in antioxidants, dietary fibers, and omega-3 fatty acids, you can prevent this and attain healthy longevity. Therefore, in 2016, I myself started innovating blends. So we innovated 3 different blends. The first one, known as Dudhi Jaljeera or Loki Jaljeera, in order to retain naturality. When you want any wellness product, it has to be effective. And in order to be effective, it has to be natural. So our traditional Ayurveda told that you have to make it fresh, but it's not suitable to our lifestyle this time. So for that reason, we use freeze-drying technology to retain its naturalness, so we can retain its taste, color, nutrition, and also give dietary fibers, which are often left out in our other available commercial market products. So Dudhi Jaljeera contains freeze-dried bottle gourd, mint, pepper, and cumin in it to give a jaljeera taste, which is naturally made by using herbs and spices. The second one, Amrit Jara, as the name suggests, Amrit meaning nectar and Jara meaning longevity in Ayurveda. Amrit Jara comprises of all these super spices like amla, ginger, lemon, turmeric, and kokum for building your innate immunity, and the pandemic has just triggered its use and its necessity. But making is always difficult, so we have now given you an instant option. The third variant that we have identified was for our senior citizens who often love the green veggies. However, because of the low energy levels, they often find it difficult to make it. Therefore, for them, we have made instant beverage premix using freeze-dried bottle gourd or Loki, spinach, moringa or drumstick, rosemary for their mental wellness, oats for their gut and stomach health, where they often have a complaint. Our value proposition or our answer to you all in a nutshell is that we are into innovation and manufacturing of 100% plant-based functional beverage premixes for using all this freeze-drying technology from green anti-inflammatory vegetables to address your inflammation issues. How does our product work? We help you to attain your RD of vegetables. Often our lifestyle does not allow us to attain RD of our vegetables. Having a low sugar content or sugarless product will help you to build your health. Therefore, we have used all these green veggies and herbs and spices to give you a natural wellness product. And all you have to do is just cut the sachet, open the sachet, add hot water, and your drink is instantly ready to rejuvenate your cellular metabolism. As per the Statista report in 2021, the global market size is for non-carbonated beverages is $384.84 billion USD at a CAGR of 9.64, and in India it is 1,298 million at a CAGR of 6.85. This was the data according to 2022. We are projecting to attain USD 10 million by 2027. Because of the pandemic, the need has now arisen. Health consciousness has increased, and vegan lifestyle adoption. All our products are vegan friendly, keto friendly, and have a zero cholesterol in it. Our target audience, millennials or working professionals, and senior citizens or senior executives dwelling in urban topography. Our revenue model, we have unit sell, which we can sell through our products. We also have license, as we have attained our license patent published status in 2018 for all this, for 10 products, out of which we have commercialized just 3 beverages under the brand NDF in 2019. We also have got export opportunities, and just as the pandemic came, we started having our focus more towards online, and we have our own website from which you can subscribe it and you can order it from there. So these are the 4 types of revenue model that we have. Our value proposition to our consumers and users is that we give you grandma's wisdom for healthy longevity with convenience, with instantness. And our go-to-the-market strategy would be digital, omnichannel, and BTL. In 2019, when we, as you see, you can see our prototype model that we had commercialized to test it in the real market, how the product is working, whether it has been widely accepted or not. Upon the revenue generation and number of units that we sold, we were pretty confident. And then we sold around 3,000 units in 2019 and placed around 30 stores here in Ahmedabad and Gandhinagar. We have tied up with nutritionists and dietitians. We were present on Amazon. And just today only at 5 p.m. we came to know that we are now available also on JioMart. So very soon again our new packaging that you just saw in our previous slide will be available on Amazon, Flipkart, JioMart and 1mg as well. And also through our website, you can order. As you can see in our prototype sales, in prototype packaging, information was not there. And pandemic, we could not continue with physical stores more as we had to keep a person to explain the product. So we changed our packaging and everything to a self-explanatory thing in order to avoid this personal contact that was needed. Based on the value proposition, we identified that there were nearby 3 competitors. Paperboat, who marketed their product based on the traditional taste and traditional thing. Raw Pressery for their natural and antioxidant rich product.
Arpita, you have 1 minute to...
Yeah, I'm almost done on this. And Real for their preservative free. Whereas we have introduced all anti-inflammatory green vegetables, herbs and spices. And we do not have any sweetness. We have a salty sour taste, and we use freeze-drying technology to retain the naturalness. And our product can be stored in a cool, dry place, giving you an eco-friendly storage with the benefit of dietary fibers too. Our team comprises of myself, innovator and founder, having 8+ years of experience in business development as well as on research and thing. Because by education, I'm a microbiologist and biotechnologist. We have Mr. Divyesh Doshi for operations, Ms. Vidhi Doshi, our brand manager, and 2 advisors, Mr. Bhadresh Khamar and Dr. Prakash Kondekar. Bhadresh Khamar has got 24+ years and is an ex-IIM alumni. And Dr. Prakash Kondekar is a director for Indian Institute of Naturopathy based at Mumbai. Today, we are looking for a strategic partnership as well as fundraising for our products to take it to the next level, which we will be using for working capital and getting influential marketing people on board, as well as for setting up our sales and distribution model. Few awards and accolades that we achieved in the past 2 years are these, and that's all from my side. I'm open for all the questions and anything that you would like to ask for.
Thank you, Arpita. It was informative, and wish you all the best with NDF.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Lastly, we have Mr. Kalpit Doshi from JET, which is the last startup for the day. Kalpit, are you there?
Yes, good evening.
Yeah. So, Kalpit, would you like to share your screen and start the presentation?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. So, over to you, Kalpit.
All right. So, good evening, jury members. My name is Kalpit Doshi, and I am founder of JET and an industrial designer by profession. So, as you know, structural fire emergencies is very critical and growing compoundly by minutes in the particular incidents. But due to the lack of equipments and unavailability of communication devices around you, it's become very difficult situation for a victim to handle those incidents. As you can see, the global portable fire extinguisher market is around 8.1 billion in 2018 and growing at a rate of 10.2%. And portable fire extinguishers is one such product which is used for growth stage fire emergencies that allows prevention of fire emergencies growing bigger and bigger and used in all of the spaces available in the market. But the traditional extinguishing has a concerns, which is a very bulky product, a large pressurized cylinders, and has a maintenance, periodically maintenance problems. So we came up with a solution, which is an extinguisher integrated with an communication dock, which communicates your information to the helping contacts, which may be the neighbors, friends, or families. As an extinguisher, it's an adapted product which is a maintenance-free, has a shelf life of 5 years, and it's tested until 10 years. So that is an CE and UL approved product, and which works on each kind of classifications of fire. So with that, we have integrated a communication dock, which can be used to communicate your valuable information so that victim can pass his information to their contacts. So it has 2 buttons primarily, fire and an SOS emergency used for the situation where there's an allowance for a speaker, which could be alarm when the extinguisher is pulled apart or when the buttons are pressed. So as you can see, the portable and disposable extinguisher can also be attached to the dock, as well as traditional extinguisher could also be attached with the smart dock. So it works for both kind of users, the existing users as well as the new users for the extinguisher we are pitching up to. So the cable over here with the traditional fire extinguisher allows to connect with the dock. So when the extinguisher is pulled apart, it rings an alarm for a few minutes, and as well as it shares the information with your pre-scripted helping contacts. So this is an Jet Smart Extinguisher. This is specifically designed and designed for indoor spaces, the interiors, which is because it's a good aesthetically looking product which suits your interiors, and it is easy to comprehend by the victims or the users. And also it could be connected to the traditional extinguishers, which could be used for the exteriors of any spaces. So with the dock, you could connect with your stakeholders, which may be friends and family living around you, or the neighbors whom you want to be there at the first place when there's a fire incident. So it is connected with an application, and it connects with the cloud system where you could integrate your information at the prior basis, and then it can relatively work on the cases of emergencies. So the competitive advantage over here is that extinguisher itself is an innovative product in the market, which is a very valuable product, which is a maintenance free. You do not have to look up to for the product for up to 5 years or 5 to 10 years. So with an extinguisher, we have integrated the communication dock, which could work for the existing users as well as the new users. So our business model and the unique selling proposition is that we are targeting the urban citizens and people, or the individuals who care for their fire protection and prevention systems. Right now, all of the IoT products are based in residences or corporate businesses or offices, you may see. And why not introducing an IoT product for fire safety and precaution system at our such space? So we are targeting the individuals or real estate market people who could have this installed in the spaces where they care about fire prevention systems. And I would like to say that there is no such product available in India. So this is a basic comparison between the traditional extinguisher and the jet fire extinguisher, which is also relatively very small to the available extinguishers. So this is a casing prototype, 3D printed. So there is a relay button which allows you, when you pull an extinguisher, it will ring a loud alarm, as well as it will notify your helping contacts. So the market here is very big, I'm talking about. So as we can see that it's an 8.1 billion market globally, and India itself considered itself as a 2 billion market for the portable fire extinguishers. So the channels for the distribution we could consider are B2C, B2B, and B2B2C, which allows us to distribute the product to the end consumers. As a testimonial, the Ahmedabad Fire Chief Officer has a testimony this product, as it's a very innovative and helpful product in coming days. So actually this innovative product is ahead of its time, and we can really do great if this product penetrates the market right now. So I'm asking for a fund of 6.2 lakhs for the basic prototype development, and to develop the IoT technology in the product, along with the networking and product mentoring. So myself, Kalpit Doshi, an industrial designer and founder of Jet Fire Extinguisher.
Thank you, Kalpit. It was a great presentation. Wish you all the best for your product.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So thank you all startups for joining and be part of this pitching session. We all at TiE Baroda wish you all the best with your startup ideas, and may you get your support at the earliest. and you can be part of Thai community. You can reach out to our office for the same, to be a member here. And yeah, that's it for the day.
Thank you so much.
Shweta, are you there?
So Shweta ma'am is not there, but we are done through the live. So